but it's what we should be doing as leaders of the organization to build the culture the right way. It's easy to get caught up in the thousand demands on you every day. So it was wonderful for me to be able to hear that real time. And I guess I would say related to that, it's interesting that the swim lanes, let's talk about setting context and giving people good swim lanes, because I can tell you from the earliest time you joined the board, it was immediately in my mind, demote the authority, and give people a runway. Could you talk about how Netflix thinks about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the core tenet here is that if all decisions sort of have to, rise up through the hierarchy and get made by, really senior decision makers, that essentially is the limiting capacity of the company to innovate, to make progress, to make independent decisions and move forward. And obviously, what we're trying to do is to build more scale and more capacity to do that, and also to build, frankly, the diversity of input to make those decisions more effectively than a narrow set of leaders will do, right? And especially, it's great you talked about the global component, right? And I think we're both global companies seeking to be more global every day. And if the decision making happens, in Silicon Valley or in Hollywood for us, maybe in DC for you, that's you're bringing a very narrow perspective and lens to the kind of decisions you're going to make. And I think that all of us can sort of just think about that from a first principles perspective and say it's unlikely that we're going to make the decisions that are going to be effective for billions of people around the world in massively different conditions and circumstances that are going to be serve them well if we don't have those perspectives from the globe coming in and making those decisions. So a key part about this is how do you enable that those perspectives to come in? How do you enable that distributed decision making? And how do you free it up so that you can go 100, 1,000 times faster than you would be if the decisions had to come, to some senior person in the organization?
Right. So it's so easy to forget 1,000 times faster in your core market, at your core strategy, with a team where you've emboldened them and given them the right context and also given them the ability to fail. So one of the things you also said to me that I thought was super useful, it's easy to think of oneself as oh, I have to lean in here because it needs the ultimate wisdom of Chip or Greg. But ultimately, if you don't push that down properly, you can't scale. So I was listening to you tell me about how you scaled the content experience. And it was a perfect corollary for how we scale these complicated relationships we build on the university side. So maybe just a second on that.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. I think the core principle when I think about it is that we as humans are really good at assessing the risk that's right in front of us. And I think in this case, it's a scenario where you have a leader in the organization who's up and coming, and you're excited about their leadership, but maybe they're a little bit green, right? And you think about putting them on a deal or a certain relationship, and you're like, wow, that feels a little scary because it's a little bit at the edge of what they might be ready for. And it's easy to sort of say to see that risk and then to put value on that risk and then to say, okay, it's our opportunity to step in and bring all our expertise and all our history to that. But we're missing then what's the hidden risk, right? And the hidden risk, of course, is if you don't lean into that, if you don't give those folks the opportunity, recognizing that you're pushing them a little bit out of their comfort zone, and mistakes will happen, right? So you have to sort of embrace that as a reality of this sort of modality. But if you're not doing that and you're not doing it with aggressiveness, you're not sort of seeing the actual bruised shins where the mistakes actually happen, then you're really not investing aggressively in developing the leadership capacity of the organization. And the hidden risk is that 2 years, 4 years, 5 years down the road, you're much less capable as a company because you haven't, gotten that hard-won experience across a whole range of leaders that allow you to scale the business more effectively.
It's amazing. That was one of the first pieces of advice you gave me. And I feel like right now we're at a moment in time where it's so valuable. We've got this distributed team entirely all over the world, all working from home, super productive, dealing with, an unprecedented moment for online education and sort of keeping us focused on the core strategy, but ensuring that those individual leaders are emboldened and are able to bruise their shins. Doing that over the last several years has really prepared us well with a sort of resiliency that I think is paying off right now. So let me ask you a personal question. Why did you join my board? People ask me that all the time. Like, how'd you get Greg? How'd that work?
Yeah, well, one, I think it's a pleasure to be part of the 2U team. And really for me, it was about this mission of education. I'm just really passionate about education as a means for social advancement, for social betterment. I think it's tremendously important. And so it's really, really rewarding to be part of a company, part of a team that's trying to provide more educational opportunities to people around the world. And so, I'm just, like, we're at this threshold of a real transformation, I think, right? And to be in the middle of it, just like, I think we've seen this transformation of entertainment, and I think we're
Oh,
seeing that in education right now. And so that's what motivated me. That's what makes me, super excited to be in the midst of it, to see how this plays out.
well, we're certainly lucky to have you, and you have to put up with my texts about Joe Exotic's hair, or the mullet that I might try to give myself at any particular moment. Could happen live right now on Collision. What do you think?
We could do
Uh,
it. If you want to go for it, it's up to you. But
so tell me about, kidding aside, how does one deal with keeping a good frame of our mental health during something like what we're all dealing with right now as a team?
yeah, I think there's the health, the health for us, right, as individuals, leaders, which I think is critically important. Obviously, thinking about the health of our teams, as we have people that are in radically different situations, right, with different constraints and pressures, things that are competing for their time and their energy and their attention. And so one, obviously, just bringing that perspective and understanding that we're all in radically different perspectives, and that we should sort of take a team-based approach toward this and sort of contribute where we all can. But I think, for me, it's like, maybe it's a little bit back to this focus thing, right? Which is, it's prioritization and being super disciplined on recognizing, what you can get done, what you can't get done, what's not particularly well suited to be, to make progress on in this particular time, and being willing to cut that list off at some point and say, this is what we can make progress on, and this is what we can, and being comfortable with that. Because I think we can all beat each other up, we can beat our teams up, obviously, about what we can't get done, but I don't think that's particularly productive.
Oh,
What
and
do you think about
so
these?
so relevant for the entrepreneurs too that are listening, because you're hearing from two companies that have achieved scale, and we're both large businesses. Obviously, Netflix, incredibly, the most important consumer media business in the world, in my opinion. And to we've done pretty well in online education. And but as a smaller company, when founders come to me and talk to me about their struggles, they typically have like a list of 5 things that they want to talk about. Like, these are the 5 things we're working on. And one of the things I often say is, what's hard is every one of those is going to be harder than you think. And every one of those is going to be more complicated. And if you do all 5, you likely fail, unfortunately. And you're not wired that way. So I feel like the advice you're giving from a Netflix, if it works for Netflix, it should work to you. It should be able to work for every single startup, is maintaining that core focus and understanding that you can't do everything that you want to do at all times. I feel like focus is the most underappreciated aspect of being a great entrepreneur. That is my personal take.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's an interesting, particular to this time, lens on that, is that what we've seen is that situationally, whether it's sort of the maturity of the company, the maturity of the opportunities, where our partners are referencing us, there's always a time to do this versus that, and you can get something done now that you couldn't have done 5 years ago, and
Oh,
likely 5 years hence, there's going to be a whole range of things that you can do now that you couldn't have done today. But I really think about this specific pandemic opportunity is trying to understand what are those initiatives, whether it's internally, like a lot of what we're thinking about is like this remote working thing. We were a long-term thing to figure out how do we do better distributed work, and now we really have an opportunity to sort of accelerate those learnings and build those capacities. So it's really just trying to figure out what are those things that, the opportunities that you have, I don't call it unique, but a better, opportunity to go after today.
yeah, I mean, it's had a pretty profound impact internally in terms of how we're managing to you as well. That the remote working has done so well, and we've been so productive as a business that we are thinking about how that will impact us on a go forward basis, from everything from how we deal with real estate to how we're going to take a pretty conservative path reopening the offices. But I think everybody would want me to ask you this, like what you've done in over a decade with Netflix. It's pretty incredible. Like, what makes you most proud?
The thing that I am that still motivates me every day, that I'm super excited about, is we think we bring sort of a new, a unique entertainment experience to our members around the world. But the part that I love the most about it, not the video quality and what we hope is a great experience, but it's actually breaking down boundaries around entertainment, right? And whether we see dramas from Thailand or Korea, or science fiction from Germany, now becoming these sort of global popular phenomena. And one of my favorite is a Spanish drama, Casa de Papel, or Money Heist, which is now being watched in every country around the world.
I mean, it's incredible. That would literally have not happened without you guys.
That's right. I think, what excites me is that, I think it's safe to say that we have a bunch of people who are watching that show and are super fans of that show who would have never considered, watching a drama maybe from outside their country or their region, outside their language. And all of a sudden now we can connect them with that show. We can expose them to the storytelling that happens all around the world. We can give creators, regardless of where they live, regardless of what language they speak, the opportunity to tell their stories at a high quality level, and then connect that with audiences around the world. I just, that's super exciting to me. And I'm idealistic in the sense that I hope that we can actually make the world a better place by forming those connections.
That's amazing. I mean, when I think about 2U, and I think about the journey we've been on from the early days of building high quality online degrees, and then over time expanding into short courses and boot camps, it has become a global story. And it does make me proud to think about, the hundreds of thousands of lives that we're changing all over the world. And, it's obviously a different form of media, but really meaningful that, in the short course business, our two biggest markets are Hong Kong and Singapore. So, that wasn't the case when I started the company 12 years ago. So I totally get where you're going.
And maybe if, one of the things that I've always been impressed, by 2U and been excited about is just sort of like the people giving, an educational opportunity to people who otherwise wouldn't be able to access. So it may be interesting to talk about sort of how you see that.
It is pretty incredible that this moment in time, there's no question that it is a paradigm shifting moment for online ed. And I would say we're kind of at the epicenter of the whole thing right now. And, it's why the words about staying focused on your core strategy is so critical, because it is easy for us and for me as an entrepreneur to get distracted, but there's no question that it fundamentally comes back to changing people's lives. And if we stay focused on, if the student wins, the university wins, and then we win, I really think ultimately, our mission in the world is to eliminate the back row in higher education. That's our mission statement. And it's meaningful. You are able to really have an impact on people's lives in ways that right now are hyper relevant to the world, whether it's our public health programs like at George Washington, or our physician assistant program at Yale, where you're giving an opportunity for people to really make a difference right now in a meaningful way that the world needs. I do think it's about addressing society's critical needs through high quality education. And for that reason, I am honored to have you on the journey with me.
Well, look, I think we are both privileged and lucky. And I think it's useful to note that at this point in time, one, because, we were lucky to have business models that are about digital, that are about online, that, are less impact, let's say, than many of our peers out there. So worth noting that. But I am proud also to see, the engagement and the ability to deliver those educational opportunities that I think will deliver a lot of social value over time. So thank you for having me.
Thank you to the Collision at Home folks. I hope this was great for everybody. Be well and be healthy.
If you're a journalist, please visit the media section of the collisionconf.com website, where you can get much more information.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
While AI has automated a broad range of crucial tasks, it still usually depends upon significant human-to-AI interaction. Karen Myers is the director of the Scientific Research Institute's International AI Center, a renowned institute that was the birthplace of the technology behind the iPhone Siri. She will next explore how we can enable more effective man-machine collaboration.
Hi, everyone. My talk today is on the subject of humans collaborating with AI systems. Now that AI has become increasingly a part of our commercial and social fabric, the question of how we can and should be interacting with such systems is becoming increasingly more important. I'll be looking at this question from a technological perspective and giving some examples of work from my lab at SRI. But there are many interesting sociological and governance issues that are also quite important and timely. Many of you may have seen this report that came out a couple of years ago from McKinsey on the impact that AI will have on jobs. That really scared a lot of people because there was a prospect of many jobs being eliminated by the automation that AI would enable. I think a more important observation to take away from that report, though, is that really the important thing is that many jobs are going to be facilitated by AI technologies, not fully eliminated by those technologies. So that raises the specter then of us being prepared to figure out how are we going to support humans in effectively interacting with AI systems. On this slide, I've got some examples, some of my favorites of successes or interesting stories about how humans are effectively collaborating with AI already. I'll start with the one on the bottom right. So customer service, as it turns out, is one of the biggest applications of AI technologies right now in the commercial world. How AI is typically being used is sort of in a triage modality. So consumers call in, the technology is listening to what the consumers are saying, and then figuring out what the important problem is and who can best help the consumer address their problem. So really with this kind of triage model, what we're doing here is using AI technology to help make the overall customer service experience smoother and more efficient, not really eliminating the customer service providers directly. Another example, one that's very timely, is related to the use of AI for drug design. Right now, there are a lot of efforts going on that are really trying to look at how we can quickly find various kinds of molecules that might be effective in addressing the coronavirus. And typically the way that these are being pursued is really looking at a combination of combining human expertise with the power of deep learning, trolling through large amounts of data to figure out good candidate molecules, but really being guided by the expertise of the human virologists and chemists. Another example I really like to cite is related to computer chess. There's a great TED talk that Gary Kasparov did a couple of years ago where he talks about this epiphany moment that he had after he was defeated as world chess champion by an AI chess playing program. And the epiphany for him was really to think much more deeply then about how humans and AI systems could work more effectively together. And interestingly, the state of the art right now in chess is that the best performances right now are being achieved by humans that are working with AI programs rather than humans individually or AI programs on their own. So how do we achieve this effective human AI collaboration? I like to talk about 5 different dimensions. Competency at the bottom is clearly very important. The idea that the AI technology is good at what it does, and we've got lots of people in the research community working on that issue. Today, I'd like to focus on 4 other dimensions: transparency, directability, communication, and personalization. Let's start with transparency. By transparency, I really mean the ability of the system to communicate to a human how it's operating. I like to talk about 3 different dimensions of transparency. Let me start with inform. By inform, I mean helping understand the state and the behavior of what the AI is doing. So this is being able to answer questions like what, who, where, how, when, why, that sort of thing. And I've got little examples on this slide related to an application we've been investigating in terms of controlling teams of UAVs to do something like a search and rescue mission. The second dimension is reconcile, and this is really motivated by the findings that people get concerned about using technology if it behaves in ways that are surprising to them. So our notion of reconcile then is helping users understand expectation violations. So to that end, we've been developing what we call proactive explanation capabilities, where the AI technology can understand situations where maybe what it is doing could be surprising to a user, and then proactively notifying them of what they're going to do and why they're doing this behavior that perhaps seems unintuitive to the user. So a very simple example of that might be something like if you had a self-driving car, normally it takes a particular route to get you to work, and one day it's taking you in a different route. Notifying the user up front that it's going to take this different route and why it's about to do that. The third dimension of transparency I'd like to talk about is priming. So we're really interested in collaborations between humans and AI technologies. And oftentimes there are going to be situations where the AI system is not going to be able to do something as well as the human. So what we'd like to be able to do then is have that system reach out to the human and ask the human to help it solve a problem that it knows it cannot do well. Priming then is about presenting the human with the right information so that they can present an answer to the AI system that can help it proceed with the task. I'm going to move on now and talk about directability, by which I mean the ability for humans to come in and shape and sort of control what the underlying AI technologies are doing. And here as an example, I'm going to talk about a specific technology called Deep Adaptive Semantic Logic, or DASL, that we're developing in my lab at SRI. And the idea behind DASL is what we're trying to do is bring together the power of human expertise with the power of deep learning. And we do that through a hybrid framework in which human expertise can be captured in terms of rules in a logic-like representation. Those are then compiled then into a deep learning structure. And at the bottom of that structure, then we have various kinds of deep learning mechanisms then that can pull information out of data and relate it up to the expertise that the humans have. And with this kind of hybrid system, we're sort of getting the best of both worlds in that we are enabling the expertise from the humans encoded in the rules to influence the learning that's done at the lower levels, but also having the learning influence the weights that we might associate with various rules that have put in the system. So we might understand then that maybe certain rules that we thought or guidelines that we thought were accurate are perhaps not necessarily reflected in the data that we have. So I've talked about explanation and directability, which are really about communicating information back and forth between the human and the AI system. Then the question arises is how we support that communicability. I'm going to talk in this slide a little bit about progress that's being made in the field in this area. So I think a real watershed moment for all of us was really the introduction of Siri, which really shifted us from thinking about interacting with technologies through typing to doing it through the modality of voice. Siri was really a first generation technology, though, from the perspective that it was focused on sort of one-offs, commands, individual things. So you could send an email or order a pizza, but there wasn't really a sort of ongoing interaction with the user. In our lab now, we're focused on sort of more extended kinds of interactions with the humans, really dialogues, if you will, and dialogues that are focused on accomplishing higher order tasks. So on the side here, I have an example of an application that we co-developed with BBVA, a big Spanish bank, that was focused on building a dialogue system to help consumers navigate complex online banking transactions. And this is actually technology that BBVA has now deployed throughout their network. As another example of sort of moving that technology forward, I like to talk about beyond words. So it turns out beyond the linguistic elements that you get in speech, there are lots of really valuable kinds of non-linguistic elements that you can take advantage of as well. So these are things like volume or pitch or the speed at which people are speaking. And from these, you can actually come up with good models of things like sentiment or emotional state or to some extent even mental health in certain kinds of situations. So there's work going on at SRI where we're trying to harvest these non-linguistic elements to help us better model the state of the speaker with whom we're interacting and use that information to build more effective dialogues with the human. The last dimension I want to talk about briefly is the idea of personalization. Again, there's lots of evidence from the psychological literature that if you build technologies that are more customized to an individual, people can work more effectively with those technologies. And the reason of that is can vary from having different expertise levels, so going from people who are novice to experts, to also just people feel more comfortable if technologies work in the way that they want them to work. So as a simple example of that, we built a customized meeting scheduler that could learn from observing humans on how to do things like when to schedule meetings, who was important for meetings, or even how to remind people about when meetings were coming up. In closing then, I'd like to just emphasize 3 takeaways from my talk today. The first and most important point, I think, is that humans working with AI are going to produce better results than either working alone in many kinds of situations. And as a result of that, the second takeaway is that it's going to be very important to design AI technologies to specifically support these kinds of collaborations. And finally, the third point, I really think the future is going to be these technologies like the Dazzle capability we're developing that effectively combine symbolic and neural models. Thanks very much.
What device are you using to watch this content? Our platform has different offerings for each device, so we recommend that you let the content stream on your TV so you can explore other activities like our roulette function on your computer. Don't forget also to sign up for a live Q&A session.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
It's a data game.
We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Spotify has long dominated the audio space, and now with exclusive deals with talent such as Joe Rogan, the world's most popular audio streaming platform has also become the leading player in the podcast space. Dawn Ostroff is the Chief Content and Advertising Business Officer for Spotify, and she's about to tell NBC's Dylan Byers about their ambitious plans for the audio industry.
If you're listening to us and you can be swept away for a little while, that's our ultimate goal.
Here we are, and here are our new music on Spotify's New Music Friday playlist now.
Buenas noches, Mexico!
Music is supposed to move, you bitch! Are you moved?
Duh.
Hey y'all, I heard some of my fan club was hanging out online today. Yo!
The podcast is moving to Spotify, the largest audio platform in the world.
Spotify has signed an exclusive podcasting deal with former U.S. President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle.
We believe storytellers is to tell the most crafted, immersive stories that we can. Audio has this very special power to take you inside of an experience in a way that can really bring you there. We're built around bringing that power to the world.
Dawn Ostroff, Chief Content and Advertising Business Officer at Spotify. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking the time to do this. Obviously, it's an incredibly exciting time for Spotify, particularly in the podcast space. And I think the thing that's sort of top of mind for most of your fans and probably for some potential fans as well is the Joe Rogan deal that you guys have announced, that you're effectively licensing his content, that he will be coming over to be exclusive on Spotify. Can you walk us through sort of how that deal came together, and then probably more importantly, what the sort of calculation there was for you in terms of Joe Rogan and his place in the larger podcast strategy?
Yeah, hi Dylan, good to see you. So I think really what prompted us to look at Joe and his business very seriously was the fact that first and foremost, we are planning on being the #1 audio streaming platform across multiple mediums, meaning music and podcasts. And Joe undeniably is the top podcaster out there. I think what was fascinating about Joe is that he's the most searched podcast on our platform. We currently don't have Joe on the platform, so in September he'll be joining us, and then become exclusive in December. And it's going to be the podcast and his podcast, so we'll have both the audio and the video. And I think when you look at Joe, it's hard to find somebody who's been so dedicated to this space. I mean, he's not a newcomer here. He has built an audience over many, many years. And his audience is loyal. They are devoted fans of his. And to be very honest, I mean, he is the biggest version of the, audio podcaster right now. And so
Right.
given our ambition, it made all the sense in the world. And his podcast actually is profitable already. So it was an easy business decision for us. And we were just very happy and excited that Joe was open to talking to us about this kind of deal.
So the question I think I have is, obviously he has this massive audience that and was not on Spotify. This audience has been used to getting him for free. I think the actual scope, because he has existed on so many different platforms of what his audience is. The numbers I'm looking at, 8.5 million YouTube subscribers, 190 million downloads a month, give or take, whatever they are. Do you anticipate that you will get how many of his how much of his existing audience do you anticipate coming over to Spotify? And then on top of that, how much of that audience are you going to be able to monetize beyond advertising in terms of actual paid subscriptions?
So, I mean, when you look at our platform, it's unique in that it's a premium platform, but it's also a free platform. So we say we're a freemium platform. And interestingly enough, Spotify is free, both podcasts and music, to everybody. And it works as a great funnel. About 60% of the people who come into Spotify on the free tier wind up becoming premium subscribers. So everybody will have access to Joe's podcast. And so that should not change for him at all. You do not have to pay money to Spotify in order to get Joe Rogan. And I think one of the things that work best for us is the fact that this is a new audience coming to Spotify following Joe. So once they're here, obviously Joe will be here, but they'll see that there's a wide array, over 1 million podcasts on the platform. Our music catalog is, second to none. I mean, it's the best out there. And what's hopefully going to be really intriguing for those users is just our personalization, our discoverability. I mean, all the different parts of the business that we have invested in on the podcast side, which we have already done on the music side. And so you're getting a podcast experience that's quite unique to what else is out there.
So when I pull back and sort of look at the broad podcast strategy that Spotify has, and you think about some of the talent that you have either acquired or licensed, it's Joe Rogan, it's Bill Simmons, it's the Obamas. It seems to me like part of the calculation there is a realization that at the end of the day, you and Apple and YouTube and any other service can only offer the same music because the same music is available to all of you. You can curate it differently, you can do discovery differently, but you're dealing with the same assets there, and that by hiring these big names, that is a way for you to differentiate to the point where you bring those two products to a consumer. Say you bring an Apple Music and Apple Podcasts versus the Spotify, and at the end of the day, one of them has all of that podcast talent and one of that doesn't. Is that fundamentally what's governing this big aggressive push on podcasting?
I think it's several things, and I think that's one of the things. It's certainly a way for us to distinguish, our platform versus other platforms as it relates to music. But with the ambition of being the largest audio platform in the world, it really clearly, shows that you've got to be able to have a very broad podcast offering, and it does allow us to have unique content to offer the user on a global basis. So, just to give some perspective, you're looking at podcasts, which is growing significantly over the past 10 years since it's really been around. Right now, 67 million people in the US are listening to podcasts and are streaming their content in the audio space. When you look at who is listening to podcasts, it's a young Gen Z millennial audience, an audience that is discovering this type of audio for the first time. And the reasons why they're so engaged with this content is because it's very broad and very deep. So you can have such a wide array of subject matters, and you can go very deep into those subjects. So, looking at the big picture, you've got not only subjects that are across, every imaginable genre, but you also have over 1 million podcasts on our platform. So, the amount of people who are getting into the space and even making podcasts is growing exponentially. I think one of the things that was so interesting over the past few months is we saw an increase in podcast makers to up to 150,000 more people made podcasts from last month to this month. So it's going to show you, I mean, they have had a little more time over the past few months, but it goes to show you how interested people are in the genre. And so when you look at just even some of the statistics, 42% of 18 to 34-year-olds are listening to a podcast now once a day or to once a week. And where the young people go, the older generations tend to follow. And we've seen that happen time and time again.
You mentioned creators and more people creating podcasts. Obviously, this brings up the question of monetization. And, the podcast advertising experience as it exists now strikes me as incredibly archaic. You have even the most famous podcasters, even Bill Simmons, stopping a conversation 30 or 40 minutes in to read off, a sponsor from Zillow or Seamless or what have you. It seems to me like there's a great deal of innovation to be had in the advertising space, and I know that is something that you guys have been working on. What is the state of advertising on Spotify now, and where is it going to go? And what kind of opportunities is that going to create for monetization?
Well, when you look at the podcast space, I mean, there's so many things that come to mind. One is it's incredibly fragmented, right? There's been no unified business here. Everybody is out selling their podcasts individually. Different platforms are selling podcasts in different ways. We don't even have a unified metric system. Some are looking at podcasts as downloads, and others, like our platform, looks at actual streams when you're looking at the metrics. So what we're trying to do is really bring the podcast business into the future, into where we are today with all these other businesses. And so I use digital video as a good example. In digital video, you had all of these people watching digital video, but you did not have the ad technology nor the advertisers caught up to where the users were. And that's what we're seeing similarly happening in the podcast space. And that's happening for a number of reasons. First and foremost, we need to have the ad tech to go along with podcasts, which is something that our company has been working on. We've already announced SAI, which is streaming ad insertion, and we announced that at CES in January, and we'll be rolling that out. And that's allowing the advertisers to get some precise understanding of who is listening to their advertising and giving them transparency around metrics, all the things you get on other digital platforms. The other thing that we're really working on is just the creative process around audio ads. There needs to be some kind of excitement around audio ads, which I think is starting to really build. What I love about working with the advertising community is they've always been eager to innovate and go to wherever is the next big thing in any particular medium. I've seen it happen in cable. I saw it happen in digital video. And similarly, now we're going to see that in the podcast space. And I think more and more advertisers are getting very excited about working in this new medium, reaching the younger demographics. It's hard to find them now in a lot of the traditional, either linear or or radio stations. So you're looking to find this young audience, and they're sitting here listening to these podcasts. So it's kind of a 1 + 1 = 3.
I think the folks that I talked to who are the most bullish about the podcast advertising and the revenue opportunities there will point out that it is growing faster. I don't even know what the statistic is now, but that it's growing significantly faster than any other medium or any other platform. And then what the more bearish folks will say is, yes, but it still only accounts for a relatively infinitesimal amount of the overall advertising business. Once you put some of these innovations in place, once people are able to better target listeners, differentiate for different listeners and also have better access to the metrics. How big of a business can podcast advertising be?
Well, look, it's a $700 billion pie right now globally, right? And we're a global business. So there's a lot of money being spent by brands across many different mediums. And when you think about how many people are migrating to podcasts, and you think about the demographics of the people who are at podcasts, once we are able to target, and once we are able to give transparency and do some other just standard business practices for other digital platforms in audio space, I think it's going to be a game changer. Daniel Ek has said this many times, like, how much more valuable are your eyes than your ears when you make the comparison between video and audio ads, right? And if you think about it, in an audio ad, the beauty of it is it's a multitasking kind of medium. You can do many things while you're listening to something, as opposed to being stuck just like this watching something. When you're listening to something while you're able to commute or go for your walk, it's very effective. The ads are very effective in this space. So I really believe that the money's going to migrate over. I've fought this fight before. I fought it with cable when cable was not on par with the networks, and then ultimately, you see what happened when the content got really good and the quality was elevated. The advertisers came over because the audience was already there. Similarly, we're seeing what happens in digital video, which is that the younger demographics are there, and then the advertisers came. And the same thing is going to happen here in the audio space.
So, and this new ad tech that you're announcing now, is there what exact if you go to an advertiser or if you go to a podcast creator, either side, what are you giving them specifically that they have not had before?
So it's basically been a three-tiered approach in terms of our ad tech developments and what we've been trying to bring to the advertisers. Our first SAI was announced, as I said, at CES, which is allowing transparency, precision in being able to reach targeted audiences and being able to understand exactly what the audience have listened to. The next part of our three-tier plan is in-app offers. In-app offers is allowing the user to reference an ad and go back to it. And we're going to have the ad tagged in the actual description of the podcast. And it's going to allow the listeners to have a visual as well as just an audio ad that they listen to. And then they can redeem the offers when it's convenient for them. So it's giving the advertiser maximum flexibility to be able to reach that listener, not only while the podcast is on, but even after the podcast is over, after they've stopped listening to it. So I think that's going to be a big plus for the users and for the advertisers. And then we're also offering ads now in podcasts. So as we announced with Joe Rogan, we do have podcasting on the platform. And we're also going to allow ads in the podcast, which will give, again, maximum flexibility to our advertisers to reach the users, no matter whether they're watching the podcast or whether they're listening to it.
It seems like a significant amount of reduction in the friction that exists now in podcasting, the amount of steps you have to take to actually chase down the brand or the product that's being advertised to you now. In terms of the podcasting element, video obviously opens up a whole new range of opportunities. How deep will you guys go in video?
Well, we've always had video on the platform in support of the audio, and that's why we are making podcasting available. So we have some video on the platform supporting the music, but I think this is going to be a way for audiences to engage in a deeper way if they want to. We're audio first, but having the video as the support to that audio and giving the users and the advertisers maximum flexibility is really what the goal is here for us.
Okay, we're running out of time faster than I thought we would. There's another recent news that you guys have announced, which I think is very interesting in terms of thinking about the full scope of what podcasts can be. And this is a deal you've announced with DC Comics, the DC universe, and Warner Brothers. What is that deal, and what are you going to be able to do with it?
Well, Warner Brothers is the most prolific studio. Their library is the deepest library of all of the different studios out there. And we made a deal with them to be able to make podcasts using their library with DC Comics, which of course is, incredibly valuable. It's Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Catwoman. So it's allowing us to tap into all of the characters from DC Comics, but it's also giving us access to the other assets that Warner Brothers has, the shows that they've had. When I was running the CW network, they produced so many shows for us, many of which were from the DC library, but then many of them which were, from the showrunners that they have in their stable at this TV studio, all of whom are top notch, probably the best writers in the business. So we're going to have access to all of that content, all of that IP, and we're really looking forward to partnering. I've enjoyed, a great partnership with them for so many years, and it's reaped many big hits and great successes. Shows that people still watch, and so I'm looking forward to embarking on this new deal with them.
So the last question, we're not going to have time to unpack this in fully. So just tell me your top takeaway here. Obviously, I would assume all, or at least the vast majority of your listeners have been spending a significant amount of time at home in light of the coronavirus pandemic and a significant amount of time not in transit. What is the biggest shift in user behavior that's happened in light of the pandemic?
Yeah, I'd say there are a couple of things. One is, the at-home device has now become a place where families together or people together in a home will listen to music or listen to podcasts, as opposed to it being a little more solitary as an experience when you're either commuting or you're, working out. We've also seen people now utilizing their gaming consoles as a means of getting their Spotify content. We're seeing a big switch that family content, kids content has really significantly increased over the past few months. And we're seeing different types of content based on mood, chill or, all these different kinds of relaxing wellness and health podcasts and music. So it's very representative of where we are in society, based on like where the listening habits are going and based on the type of content people are listening to. And similarly, we're seeing shifts now as we're starting to go back to work and people are starting to resume a more normal schedule. We're starting to see shifts again, but it's been very, very insightful going through this, just the change in habits. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of them remained. I think people will continue to listen at home on their at-home devices more than they probably did before we all had to, start working from home and be quarantined. So it'll be interesting to see.
I've personally found that nothing makes a pandemic more tolerable than having access to the full breadth of the world's music. So thank you for that. And thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. It's a real pleasure talking to you.
Great to see you, Dylan. Thank you so much.
PepsiCo products are bought by consumers more than 1 billion times a day in more than 200 countries around the globe. Our next speaker was the first ever chief design officer in their history. Since 2012, Mauro Porcini has spearheaded a design revolution at the company, and in this next talk, he'll be sharing his guidelines for how you too can enact a new culture in your organization.
Hi, my name is Mauro, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you all today. I'm the Chief Design Officer of PepsiCo. I've been in that role for about 8 years. Before I was the head of design of 3M, and I was 10 years in that role. And to be the head of design of a big corporation means to try to leverage design thinking to help those organizations to drive innovation on one side, to drive brand building on the other, through a variety of different projects that we try to focus on the needs and wants and desire of people, or human beings. But to be the head of design of a big organization like that one, it means also something else. What we are called to do is to build culture, to create the right environment for design, for innovation, to thrive, to develop, to grow, to evolve, to be successful. So today I want to talk to you and with you about this. about how I've been trying to build design cultures, but in general, how I've been trying to build cultures inside these big organizations. There are usually 5 steps that a new culture goes through every time you try to create it. The first one is the denial, when the company doesn't understand that it actually needs something new, a different kind of approach. It's a typical phase when an industry eventually is changing and the company should really adapt, but they think that they can survive with the old business model, with the old technologies, with the old approach. And we saw many companies in the past many years, they went through this denial and didn't get through it. They died, in that denial. Then at a certain point, somebody inside the organization understands that instead is really, really necessary to drive a change, to do something different. And this is a phase extremely important. Usually the CEO or a top executive, somebody with power and authority, inject the change. In my case, in the world of 3M, this is when somebody at the top decided that they needed design. Design was very important, and they hired me. And here I arrive. I started my journey in the company out of Milan, in the periphery of the American Empire. This is a company based in Minnesota, in St. Paul, in the Twin Cities, in the United States. And here I arrive. I will take my suitcase. I will go to St. Paul, Minnesota. I will have all these meetings, and the meetings were going very well. People were really receptive. They loved the content. They loved the idea of infusing design, and I was really, excited. And I remember one day, there was a very important day in my life. I go to my executive sponsor. His name is Monosari. He was the ED. He was a very serious man. He looks at me and he's like, "They're lying." I'm like, "What do you mean they're lying?" No. I tell you, I feel them, they're... And again, Mo looks at me and is like, "I'm telling you that they're lying." And then he goes on and he explains and essentially tells me, "Look, they have the money. They have the funds. If they're not investing in you, if they're not writing a check, it means that they don't believe in you because they're choosing to invest somewhere else." And I was like, yeah, probably they did like me. They enjoyed that hour with a weird, cool guy from Italy. The topic of design is usually a very fun, interesting topic. So probably they enjoyed that too. They were probably sincere when they were, engaged in the conversation. But Mo was right. And I understood something very, very important that day. That became a very, very important learning for the rest of my life. Every time somebody tells me, "I want to work with you, I want to partner with you," I ask them to fund that initiative. I ask them to show the support. I ask them to be very concrete in that support. And if they don't, well, that's a beautiful occasion to right away expose somebody eventually is not interested to work with you. This phase is the phase of hidden rejection. When you think that things are going well, and in reality, they're not going that well. It's a very important phase because when you try to build a new culture, you may live in the illusion that things are going well, keep doing things in a certain way for a few months, and then when you realize that actually people were not with you, were not working with you, it may be too late. So this is a very, very important phase to keep in mind, and this approach is a very important one to really expose the people that are with you and the people that eventually are not. In this process, you will find the people that want to partner with you. And I call those individuals the co-conspirators. The co-conspirators essentially are those people usually in the middle of the organization. It's not anymore the top of the company. The top of the company is the sponsor, is the one that is protecting you, supporting you. But you need people in the middle of the organization, people that own brands, that own projects, that have a tangible role in the innovation process, in the branding process, to partner with you, to co-conspire with you. And so it's very important to identify them. When I joined PepsiCo, I already had this playbook, developed through my experience in 3M. So with the HR organization, we started to map the co-conspirators inside the company. And it's important because they will give you also the possibility to run projects in a very efficient way, without wasting time trying to convince people, or without wasting time creating things and then being surrounded by difficulties and roadblocks and all kind of events and things that are not working. So with the co-conspirators, you're going to build what they call the proof points. Essentially are those projects that in a way or the other prove the value of the new culture of what you're doing. They don't need to be perfect. In the world of design, we always try to do everything perfect. The reality is that the proof point could be a low-hanging fruit, something that somehow shows some value. And this is extremely important. I call this phase, the phase where you find the co-conspirators and you start to create proof points, the occasional, because it's occasional, leap of faith. Somebody decide to believe in you and try to work with you to drive a project, to drive something that change the game inside the organization. It's a very important phase for one reason, because once you land those proof points, then other people will take notice. And they will be like, well, I want to be part of it. I want to work with you, design or new culture, whatever it is. And they will knock your door. And then at that point, you'll be like, I would love to work with you. Give me the money, give me the funding, and let's do it. And so this is how I've been building organizations of hundreds of people with locations, design centers all around the world, brick by brick, year by year, project by project, proof point after proof point. And this is a very solid way because you have the top-down approach that protects the new culture, because anyway, the inertia of the system will reject anything is new. By definition, is human nature. And so you need that protection from the top, but then you also need to build from the ground up. Too many companies have been trying to change things, driving things from the top, try to change culture, try to insert a new approach to something from the top down. And the reality is that you need that, but you also need to build from the ground up. Now you start to have your co-conspirators, your proof points, and the company finally realize that you need the new culture, and they really get excited and they want to drive it. And you enter on the fourth phase, that is a phase that I call the quest for confidence. The quest for confidence. Essentially is when everybody in the organization, at the top, in the bottom of the company, in the middle, all the different people and functions understand that they need a new approach, but now there is the day-to-day. You need to integrate it in what you do every day. We were stepping on the toes of so many different functions, doing parts of things that we're already doing, and then obviously doing something else and something different. So it's complicated, and you need to find a way to understand how to integrate the new approach within the framework, the processes, the culture of the organization. As a designer, I needed to learn the language of business, the language of science, and I also needed to understand the processes, the culture of the organization. For instance, Six Sigma, that methodology that 3M had and many other companies from Motorola to GE, Volvo, and many others developed to increase efficiency, reduce redundancy. Many designers are allergic to Six Sigma. And as a designer, I tried instead to understand Six Sigma and understand how design, this creative culture, creativity to the extreme, could work within the framework of that methodology. So again, integration in this phase is key. And then finally, if you do that, you will arrive to a fifth phase that I like to call the holistic awareness, when the company understands the new culture. And again, a new culture like the one of design, innovation, is not made of thought. It's not just made of tools and processes. There are so many books, so much literature written about innovation as a process, as a tool. The reality is that innovation, design, is a culture. Is a culture. If you want to succeed in infusing that approach to brand building, to new product development inside the organization, you need to design, before anything else, your culture. That's your meta project. That's the most important thing you need to do. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Next up, two leading filmmakers will discuss the way content can create change for everyone, every day. In conversation with the editor-in-chief of Buy Blacks, Camille Dundas, it's Catherine Everett, the head of film at LA's XDR documentary studio, and Peabody Award-winning journalist and correspondent for National Geographic Channel, Mariana Van Zeller.
Thank you for tuning in, and thanks to Catherine and Mariana for being here today. Catherine, I wanted to start with you. Tell us a little bit about what motivated you to get into documentary filmmaking as opposed to fiction.
So my background as a documentary filmmaker is a little bit untraditional in the way that I got into the film industry in general. Um, most of my career has been spent working in politics and then as a humanitarian. So I did a lot of political campaigns, and then I moved abroad and worked in Haiti for many years doing service work and infrastructure building there. Um, I helped to build out a really big organization in Haiti called Artists for Peace and Justice, and um, while I loved the work and I love the organization still and its mission and what all the accomplishments that it's made, I realized that, you know, working in direct relief can build really important institutions in places that need it. But if you really want to change the cycles of systemic poverty that create the need for those types of programs in schools, then you have to tell a bigger story. It can't just be about one school or one place. And so I got into documentary because I think that it is the most effective way to tell a bigger story and to reach as many people as possible to try and make a change.
And speaking of making change, Mariana, you can answer this too. I'm interested in how both of you think that documentaries impact the world for good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, on a larger note, I would say it's storytelling, but documentaries in particular, you know, it's the best tool out there when it comes to gaining knowledge, to understanding our worlds, to building compassion and empathy. You know, empathy in the filmmaking that I've done has always been incredibly important. You know, there's this idea that with every documentary you watch, you're sort of increasing your circle of empathy, right? Because it's this incredible opportunity that you have to walk in someone's shoes for, you know, an hour or two of your day. And that's a really important and powerful starting point, of a conversation starter to sort of understand who we are and the choices we've made and the lives we lead.
Mm-hmm. Catherine, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everything that Mariana said, I wholeheartedly agree with. You know, storytelling is the best vehicle, in my opinion, to make a change. And I think that that point about empathy is really one of the most powerful parts about documentary filmmaking. So, you know, if you look at documentary films from just the past year, one of my favorites was a film called For Sama, which was nominated for an Oscar and made by a Syrian journalist named Wad Al-Khattab. And the film is remarkable, not because it's shot very well or because, you know, it's like has tons of geopolitical facts and figures or pretends to educate people fully on all of these complex issues surrounding the Syrian conflict. But instead, it's remarkable because you are right there with her and her family as they're struggling and trying to survive in this unbelievable, horrible war. And you're right there in it with her. And there's not a lot of experiences that we can have, especially now that we're all stuck at home, where you can really go so fully into these other worlds. And I think that that's one of the most powerful capabilities of documentary film.
Absolutely. Speaking of going into other worlds, Mariana, you got into a whole other world of trafficking for your new documentary series for National Geographic. We're going to take a look at the clip soon, but set it up for us. Tell us a little bit about what it's about.
Sure thing. Well, Trafficked is a new docuseries for National Geographic. It's about global black markets and trafficking networks around the world. I spent the last year surrounded or trying to embed and to gain access to these criminal networks and trafficking organizations. And you know, the idea behind it and why I really wanted to do this series, it started all with this idea that we know so much about the formal economy, and yet we know so little about the informal economy, the gray and black markets that exist. We can pick up our phone right now, for example, and figure out what the stock price for Zoom is. But if you ask people what the price for a kilo of cocaine is, most people don't know, or if they do, they won't tell you. And yet the market cap for Zoom, I checked just before this conference started, is 40 something billion dollars, and the international drug trade is estimated at 350 to 500 billion dollars a year. You know, this informal economy actually accounts for 60% of the world's economy. And again, we know so little about this. And so for us, it was important to try to figure it out, see how much we can learn from these power structures and the way these organizations work, because there is actually a lot that we can learn. And you know, it's a window into this world.
Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the trailer.
Okay, we're here. Right now, it's go time. Should I be concerned about my security? This hasn't actually ever been filmed before.
Money is the root of all evil.
We're heading to meet the owner of a drug operation.
Do you have a phone?
I do.
I'd like to have it.
What's happening? The belly of the beast.
Esconder completamente tu identidad y nadie va a saber quién eres.
We're thinking of taking our cameras abroad.
Of course.
I don't know how to feel about this.
What are you gonna do with $19.42 million? They were billionaires before Bill Gates.
This is the infamous human experiment lab.
¿Y después por qué ahora tienes confianza en mí?
Pues no tengo confianza. No tratamos de ser de algo que siempre nos digo, no vamos a salir.
It's military grade.
Listen up.
Being superhuman is the game.
It's a massive, massive fraud. This town was built on goat money.
Sounds like money to me, no?
No one knows what's going on behind closed doors.
Wow, Mariana, that looked so intense. What was that like for you? And what was the riskiest situation you faced while making that doc?
Thank you. It's really, you know, one of the biggest goals for me and for National Geographic is that we didn't want to do a show that painted the world as black and white, as them being the criminals and the bad guys and us being the good guys. I think the world is much more gray than that. And there was one episode, I mean, I think all of them, but one particular episode that I think encapsulates that well, which was when we did one of the episodes was about cocaine trafficking, and we were in the Peruvian Amazon in the jungle, in the high mountain jungle, and we had gained access to this chemist, this cocaine chemist, who was going to take us down to his lab. He forgot to tell us, however, that his lab was deep in the middle of the jungle and we had to hike for miles at night in the pitch dark. It was also a very, very dark night. There was no moon out. And he didn't want people to know that we were there, so we weren't allowed to bring any lights or flashlights of any kind. So we're carrying all our gear down this cliff going down the jungle, and it's super slippery and wet, and we're falling left and right, and it's a disaster. But at the end, we made it down safely, and we were able to film this cocaine lab. And while doing this, we also interviewed a handful of mochileros, which are backpackers essentially, all of them teenagers, who carry the drugs, cocaine, up to 10 kilos, 22 pounds and more of cocaine on their backs out of the jungle into the mountains and out of this region. Incredibly dangerous, back-breaking and dangerous work. And I asked them, if you weren't doing this, what would you rather be doing? And one of them said, my dream is to become a dentist. And my parents don't have money and they can't afford to send me to school. So this is the only way that I can make some money in the hopes that one day I can save enough to become a dentist. And I asked him, why a dentist? And he said, well, because I want to make people smile, big smiles. You know, and this is the kind of story that I hope, that resonated with me and with our team, and that I hope will resonate with the people that watch Trafficked.
Wow, amazing. Now, Catherine, your documentary work is more in like the activism and social justice realm, but I'm sure there's some element of risk that you may have faced while you're making those types of docs. Do you have a limit as to like how far you'll go, and how do you determine the type of risk that you want to take?
It really depends on the project, I think, and I think that any filmmaker will sort of hedge when it comes to that question, because like if you're really passionate about telling a story and it's like a story that has to get out of you, then you're gonna maybe engage in some risky behavior. I mean, the story that Mariana just told, like on its face, is absolutely insane. Like going down a mountain into a cocaine den, like in the middle of the night. Like no one would do that. It's insane to do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've taken risks, even in the social justice space, like, there are always tricky situations, and you just have to trust your instincts and make sure that you're not pushing too far.
Yeah. Because sometimes it's more about worrying about endangering the person that's your subject as opposed to yourself, right?
Totally. So the first film that I directed is about girls' education in remote northern Pakistan. And that was a huge, consideration that we had was, the subject of the film is a young woman named Mediha, and we had to have serious conversations with not only her family and her, but also like the whole community of elders in her village, and make sure that there was total community buy-in so that it wouldn't put her at risk to be the face of girls' education in that region. So those types of risks, are necessary sometimes to tell stories where there are complex socio or geopolitical issues or different inequalities that are going to be exposed. But truly, I mean, I think that it is something that's very unique about documentary filmmakers is like you are willing to go as far as you need to make sure that the truth is told and that you're, shedding light on whatever story that you're trying to tell.
Absolutely. I think it's safe to say documentaries are having a real moment now, and they've been for a while. I know even if you look now, the conversations that are driving pop culture right now are pushed by documentaries. Like this year, it's Tiger King. Last year was Fire Festival. And like, I feel the public appetite for nonfiction has exploded, and it's really opened the doors for so many different kinds of documentary filmmakers to flourish. What do you guys think was the tipping point for docs?
Catherine, I can talk a little bit just about, I think there's more content out there. I think there's better content out there as well. I think people realize that docs are way more fun and great to watch than movies. I personally much prefer to watch a good doc than a good movie. And I think that people funding documentaries realize that there's there's an audience out there for good documentaries, for good content, and they're willing to fund these docs. So it's we're living what I hope is not the goal time of documentary, because I hope it keeps going up and up, and we start watching more and more documentaries.
Yeah, I mean, at XTR, what we like to say is that it's the documentary revolution, because there's two simultaneous things that we see that are sort of creating that tipping point for docs. And funding for sure is a big part of it, but so much of it is about access in two different ways. The first is that now there's all these streamers online where documentaries have this huge platform and huge ability to reach an audience that they never could before. Like when I was growing up, if you wanted to see a documentary in a theater, you had to go to like the art house theater 2 towns away on a Tuesday night specifically for doc night. And now, on Netflix, if you're looking at the tiles, it's Tiger King next to Avengers Endgame or whatever, the big budget commercial movie is. And then the second part of it in terms of access is that it's easier, to have access to the technology as a filmmaker. So, everybody has a pretty powerful camera if they have a smartphone in their hands. And so it enables people to make quick progress, keep making progress on their films. And those two things I think are helping us to see this explosion of nonfiction content.
I would also add that I think there are more people wanting to be documentary filmmakers now. When I grew up in Portugal, I had no access to documentaries. It just wasn't something I knew I wanted to be a journalist. I went to journalism school, but I thought journalism was nightly news journalism. I didn't know that there was this whole world of documentaries. And when I moved to the United States and I started watching docs, that's when I realized this is incredible. I can combine my two passions of journalism and filmmaking, and I can make this work, and people will actually pay me to do this.
Yes, absolutely. Catherine, what's next from XTR Films?
We have a ton of exciting projects we're about to announce. The exciting thing about documentary is that you can keep making progress even during the pandemic and during quarantine. So look out for a bunch of films that we'll be rolling out from our slate over the next 6 months.
Catherine, Mariana, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you, Camille. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
The retail industry has been hit hard by the pandemic, and like many, they're trying to find the new normal. But what exactly will this new reality look like for this sector? Sapna Maheshwari of the New York Times tries to find out in the company of Ganesh Srivats, CEO of high-end online fashion retailer Moda Operandi, and Katia Beauchamp, the founder of beauty subscription service Birchbox.
So I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak with both of you today about how you're working through COVID-19 and this crazy time we're living in and adjusting your businesses to this new reality. Well, I'd love to
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Next, how can designers play a critical role in solving the world's ever-growing list of problems? Here to offer their unique perspectives, with Mark Russell from British Vogue, is Karen Hibma, CEO of design firm Cronan, Elizabeth Hyder, Chief Sustainability Officer at construction firm Skanska, and the first female provost of Art Center College of Design, Karen Hoffman.
It's great to be here today with you three. Let's go straight into it. We're in a period like no other, certainly none that we've ever known. How are designers having a direct impact on the response to COVID-19? And what direct examples are there from your fields in response to the pandemic? Karen Hibma, if we could start with you.
Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here with you all and pleasure to be at Collision from Home. Designers are problem solvers, and this is a huge problem, and it's unraveling. It's new every day. We have a favorite method that we use with all of our clients, which we call inoculation. We always advise them at the beginning of a process that they're going to feel some fear, doubt, and uncertainty. And we tell them that that's right when the big ideas are going to come in. So I feel like the biggest thing that design can do at this time, and designers are doing, is to provide the world, their client, others certainty that there are paths out of all of this. So the interesting thing is there are both unraveling situations, and there are also situations that are coming together, as we all know, with the video conferencing, the other opportunities. An example that I know is a colleague of mine, a client, is doing a company called Catch and Release, and she's being able to actually find video content live for all storytellers that need to tell stories in this current market. And it's been an amazing opportunity. She had just released her platform at the beginning of the pandemic, and now she's providing of the current content to Apple, Facebook, all the other major clients. I also know an arts organization that I'm on the board of that is working hard. We're redesigning so that we are doing virtual performances. This is also new, that I don't think that we're going to see the impact yet of all the things that designers are doing, but I think designers are one of the best resources for businesses and organizations to figure our way through and out of this to the desired outcomes.
Thank you. And Beth, how about from the field of construction and building?
I think that working together, we can all shift the title of this session from a question, can designers save the world, to a declarative statement ripped from newspaper headlines, designers save the world. Because the good news is that designers, and I'm speaking really broadly to encompass all of the things that Karen and I do on a daily basis, is that designers know how to build a healthier, more sustainable future. We just need to inspire our customers to value solutions that look beyond quarterly profits and embrace a better quality of life over the long term.
So Beth, for you, by the sounds of it, it's about those longer term outcomes that are being shaped by this period, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
And Karen Hoffman, I suppose it's a good time to come to you when we're looking towards the future. How about the sort of next generation of designers, if you like? How are they responding to this, do you think?
Sure, and I'm going to build upon what Karen and Beth are already speaking about, which is this really optimistic future during this crisis, which is because we have a field of problem solvers. What we're finding in our design school, especially this rapid pivot that we had to moving remotely and online, is designers are finding themselves be incredibly resourceful, using what's around them to the best of their ability. They're showing resilience, going above and beyond what the expected outcomes of a project might be, and really redefining new narratives and new considerations about what design and the contribution to the world could be. We had one project, for example, where it was a footwear design project, and it really required an observation of running. And so you couldn't really go outside, you couldn't be next to people. So they used drones actually to document how runners were running so that they could problem solve the project at hand, which is designing new running shoes. We have seen just a very considered approach to design, which is what are these materials that we can use around me that are quite efficient, and creative problem solving is taking place 24/7, quite frankly.
And do you think that perhaps the consumer is aware of how design and designers are taking the lead? And Karen Hibner, if I may direct that question at you first.
Well, the problem very often is that designers aren't on the front line, so the consumers aren't going to know for a while whether or not we're having an impact. I think that the opportunity for creativity in times of uncertainty, again, is to go back to this knowing that there is a way and is an approach to being able to solve some of these problems. So I would hope that leadership would enlist designers in part of the process. We do tend to look currently to scientists and to people who can tell us how possibly we can understand this, but to create a positive outcome, I think that consumers should know more that designers are working on solutions, but it will take a while.
Beth, do you find that designers' voices are heard from your standpoint?
I think, yeah, absolutely, designers' voices are heard. I think that it has to do with the hierarchy of how they are valued. And I think that we working together as a design community, and again, I say that very broadly, along with our organizations, are beginning to redefine how we talk about sustainability, for example, using tools that embrace the notion that healthy people in healthy places equal a healthy economy, that it's in all of the above design solution. You can no longer divide those things one from another.
I'm glad you raised the question of sustainability there, because we're obviously talking about a very unique problem this year, one which I think none of us perhaps would have dreamt of or had nightmares about previously. but I guess in terms of long-term problems, there is none bigger than sustainability. And the situation we're in now, does that actually present an opportunity?
I would say so. I mean, the COVID-19 crisis is an acute problem that threatens human existence. So Mother Nature now has our undivided attention for now. But once therapies and a vaccine are widely available, COVID-19 will become the last crisis. So what do we do next? We need to start solving for the next crisis, not solving for the last crisis. And we know that there are lots of things that we can do to address climate change. But if we are solving for the last crisis, for example, we know that improved ventilation is really important to address airborne pathogens. Ventilation, even though it's a hot topic right now in light of the pandemic, is something we can solve for. But wait, we also know that circulating higher volumes of indoor air requires that we heat, cool, and dehumidify the air, which requires energy. And unless that energy source is 100% renewable, then we're emitting a lot more CO2 into the atmosphere, which just exacerbates the chronic condition of global warming. So I think that, again, this is where design thinking is really important. You can't just be laser focused on the problem that is in front of you. You have to look at that more broadly in context if you're going to come up with a truly sustainable, more resilient solution.
And Karen Hoffman, I suspect that is something you focus on greatly with your students in particular.
Oh, yes, Mark, that's for sure. And to build upon what Beth was mentioning regarding sort of a different kind of approach, which will make us have a healthier world, is we're talking a lot about new methodologies of manufacturing, really thinking about, what if we had more localized manufacturing? How is that going to help the environment long term? We're looking at additive creation, which means are there certain kinds of manufacturing that is much more clean than what we've been experiencing in the past? And is there ways that we can come up with new creative solutions, like our designers are doing right now, that really help all people? That's much more inclusive approach as well. So getting products to the people who need it the most. That's what we're really experiencing right now in this crisis.
We're all from widely different fields, but actually what strikes me even in this short conversation is a lot about our needs as designers converge. Karen Hibmer, how do we get this mass collaborate? How do we work on our collaboration in different fields so designers are talking to designers?
So I just rolled off last year the board of the National AIGA, the Professional Association for Design, and one of the impacts that we were able to have is we're bringing in greater diversity and inclusion. And as we all know, diversity is every kind of diversity. I think that the thing we've been missing has been the diversity of voices in the leadership. We all know that climate change is the biggest issue of our time, and as Beth and Karen have been saying, there's a tendency to focus on current issues and crises, and this is a long-term crisis. So one of the things that designers can do to collaborate all the different fields, there historically have been associations linking all design organizations, and I believe that we're aspiring to that. So it's a bit of our own need to convene and gather like we're doing here to be able to, bring these different points of view together and to share ahas and insights, but also to share the possibilities, because I do believe that this is an opportunity. We're in the middle of a great transition, and the more we can look at it as a transition, we're having a long-term impact on the world, and it should be to all of our benefit.
Karen Hibner, that's a very positive message there, actually. And one of the things I wanted to finish on really was to ask each of you, and I'll go around in turn, if you could give one takeaway to the collision from home audience, whether that be the consumer, whether it be decision makers at board level, one piece of optimism and to be excited about. Karen Hibner, what would you suggest?
Well, I feel people should inoculate themselves to embrace the uncertainty and doubt and fear and know that out of this, if we have a constructive point of view, we're going to be able to have positive outcomes. It's the biggest gift that I've given to anyone that I know is to embrace the uncertainty rather than to be afraid of it.
And Beth, may I ask you the same question?
I think we really need to redefine the business case to include health, productivity, the environment, and social equity, the triple bottom line of sustainability. We're already beginning to see financial markets interest in and rewarding a more enlightened approach to business. Witness Larry Fink of BlackRock's recent manifesto on sustainable investing. So I think that we have the tools that can lead us to a more sustainable future. We just need to find the courage to reconsider our priorities, work together, and use and perfect the tools we already have.
And Karen Hoffman.
Yeah, I think, really we're at this moment where designers have a responsibility and using their creativity and their tools to make this world a better place long term. But I think our audience needs to realize that designers with these tools have the ability to shape new behaviors long term, and that we're really looking at a moment to redefine what citizenship means holistically. So it is, as Beth said, the triple bottom line, and it is a very holistic approach. Designers have those tools, so let's leverage what that community has to make our world a better place.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Beth. That was wonderful, and I do hope everyone enjoys the rest of Collision from home, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
So I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak with both of you today about how you're working through COVID-19 and this crazy time we're living in and adjusting your businesses to this new reality. Well, I'd love to talk about when you first realized the depth and severity of the crisis we're facing.
Sure. So the first week of March was probably when we started to really understand that we were going to have to consider that things were not going to be business as usual, both for the team, but also potentially that there could be an impact on the business. So on, I believe it was March 9th, we decided that we would have like a practice day of work from home. And it actually ended up being our last day from the office because subsequently, a lot of measures were taken in New York City where we felt like we could actually work from home. So we should start with that. And that was the first thing we did, was just say everybody's now working from home. The office is now closed until further notice. And then starting to look at, okay, well, what are the potential disruptions in the supply chain was next.
Yeah, it's quite similar for us. Interestingly enough, I was actually in Paris for Fashion Week with a whole bunch of my team and before going into Paris, things were sort of starting to get a little noisy, but we said, hey, because it's just one of those things, it'll be fine, or we just didn't have a point of view at the time on how serious it was going to get. And so when we were in Paris, we could see the disruption because many retailers were taking their teams back home to London and back to New York, etc. We sort of saw our week through, but on the way back, it started dawning on us that, it went well. We were there as well as on the way back, and we had to self-quarantine the folks that had been to Paris, although the rest of the office was still operational. By the time I finished my 2-week quarantine, which was the week of March 8th, again, we realized we're not going back. And I remember being on a management call and we were saying, hey, we're going to shut the office down. And our COO saying, you guys realize that we're not going to be coming back for a while. And I was sort of skeptical of that. I said, okay, we'll see, maybe a few weeks. And little did I know how prescient he was. And within a week, we had shut down, again, offices for sure, but even our studio operations, because ultimately, photography is what we do. We don't actually make fashion, right? We actually make photos. And once we shut that down, we knew that we were in a new normal. And that was like in week of March 8th to the following week.
Right. And it's not that long ago, but our sense of time has completely warped by now. And so, of course, you're processing a lot. And I've talked to a lot of retail executives who said mid-March, they thought it was going to be a month of temporary closures. And everyone was trying to sort out what all of this meant. Katya, I think that Birchbox did some surveying of consumers to get a sense of how they were thinking and feeling and what they needed. And I'm curious if you could talk about what that looked like and what they said.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that has been really impactful in the business is having more, time to talk to our consumer because people had more time to talk to us. So we started off by trying to understand basically what do people want to see from Birchbox? What's our place in this for you? Because obviously we're humans and we're experiencing this with all of the real fears, but we're also not the ones that are providing, the PPE. We're not at the front lines. That's not our role in it. So everything from talking about what kind of beauty content are people interested in right now, but also what are people living through and how is this impacting their loved ones who are on the front line, so we could start to make a plan for donations and for giving back.
That's interesting.
Yeah, our experience was not that dissimilar. The one of the advantages I felt we had in that moment was that about half our GOV comes through our personal shoppers as stylists who have very intimate relationships with their customers, and so in a way we really relied on them to sort of tell us like, hey, what are you hearing? What are you feeling? How are you communicating with your customers? Are they sort of saying, don't call me, don't email me, or are they engaging, and so forth? So that was a big window for us in trying to understand how people felt. And to Katya's point, making sure that we're not sort of inserting ourselves into a moment in their lives when they really don't want us there, right? And that was a very sort of tenuous first few weeks when we were kind of really curious, what should we do? Because at the end of the day, we also are a business and we have to keep doing what we do. But what we noticed was that, and what the personal shoppers definitely told us was that they've never seen engagement this high. And that was very sort of counterintuitive and surprising, but also, frankly, I would say kind of made us relax a little bit, because what they said was the customers want to hear from us. They're home, they're engaged. So they've said, I've never seen customers open emails this spontaneously or respond to emails and that sort of thing, but they're not as much in the shopping mindset. And so that was an interesting nuance where they wanted to communicate and engage, but not necessarily shop. And that was our core client, that is. So we quickly turned away from commercial messaging to a tone that is much more about life and lifestyle and fun and joy, a little bit of which hopefully we were able to bring to their lives in those early weeks.
That's interesting because I feel that we've seen that messaging is really tricky in this time, especially out of businesses. You don't want to be seen as insensitive or unaware of what's happening in people's lives. And Katya, you kind of brought that up by noting, we're not on the front lines, and that's something Birchbox recognized. Did you do any tailoring of your messaging or shift how you advertise or speak in emails based on the crisis?
I mean, I think we've always had a lot of feeling that the most important thing that we do is delight consumers, and we care so much about the human in the transaction that honestly this was more a moment to go deeper on what our real ambition is, to make delight and discovery. And to Ganesh's point, people wanted to engage, people asking us what we mean by that, what are our ambitions, and that's been so fun, not having to just really go straight to the, like, do you want this transaction, these 5 samples, but instead talk about our actual ambition for the relationship. And so no, we haven't really had to change in that sense. We've been able to talk about beauty, and since our business has always been more focused on skincare and hair care, which is the part of beauty that's really growing in this moment, and we're obviously e-commerce mostly, it's been, actually our business has been experiencing the tailwinds from this as a result of being in that space and not having to do some major pivots.
Right. And I think as someone who's been writing quite a bit about the struggles at chains with very large brick and mortar footprints, it stands to reason that a Mode Operandi and Birchbox would be protected from some of those bigger challenges in that regard. Well, I'd love to dive into what people have started to buy more of in the past few months as this has unfolded, and what surprised you? What are they looking for?
I mean, for us, subscriptions are really interesting. We're seeing growth over 50% on a daily basis there. Shop is following similar trends, with skincare being the category that's growing the most, over 150%, like more indexing there. So that's not, I think surprising. People are talking a lot about taking more time to care for their skin right now. They have a lot more questions and having generally more time to discover beauty and to have a moment for themselves, a moment of you time. So we're seeing that this little time for yourself, this little gift for yourself, is resonating.
Yeah, in our case, it wasn't so much that it was fairly unsurprising because you could tell people had pivoted away to a different type of lifestyle. We as a business, we are very focused on customer lifestyle, and our clients have fun lives. They go to parties and events, they travel, they've got a lot of social engagements, and obviously overnight that went away. But on the flip side, now they wanted to focus more on, okay, what am I going to wear at home and how do I enjoy my leisure? And in fact, the number one search term on Moda, I think in March and early April, was sweatpants, right? And I'm like, if only we had thought of that earlier. But also fine jewelry and home, I think people are in an investment mindset versus frivolous purchases. So yeah, some things they want second wear right now, but if I'm going to really buy something valuable, it better stand the test of time. And so very high quality, durable bags and accessories, fine jewelry products, which are of course investments, and home products actually blew up for us. I mean, we're up in triple digits in home business, where we have gorgeous tableware and other kinds of things. And so it definitely did have those shifts, but those shifts were fairly logical if you think about customer lifestyles.
Right. Well, on a closing note, I mean, this has flown by, but I'd love to hear from you to the extent you can plan in such an uncertain environment. What are you aiming to do right now to plan for the back half of the year?
So we're really focused on using this moment to focus on quality. While the subscription business is seeing those tailwinds, how do we continue to ensure it's with customers who really want to be in a relationship for a long time with Birchbox? So that's honestly everything we're doing. How can we improve our customer engagement levels? What are the different things that are showing that we're acquiring the right people? And then how are we giving them a journey that is creating the highest lifetime value for the business?
Yeah, in our case, not that dissimilar. There's a lot of churn, a lot of noise in the market about how everything is going to change. We want to just sort of be a little patient and wait and see and stay close to our customers on a daily basis and just sort of evolve with them rather than grappling at new trends or science or data and sort of overcorrecting for the moment. I think inevitably, eventually things will evolve in some new interesting directions, and we will be there. But I think we need to evolve there versus radically change what we're doing right now.
Well, I think we're all out of time, but I want to thank both of you, Ganesh and Katya, for taking the time to talk about how you're navigating this unprecedented crisis and hopefully continuing, to bring joy to people's lives as they navigate this tough time.
Thank you for having us. You can also ask Karen Hidma of Cronin your very own question at her live Q&A session, which will be happening right now.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Since 2013, the Catton sisters have built an empire that is now reportedly worth over $1.2 billion. And they're also now moving into the world of investment. With over 44 million followers on Instagram, let's hear from the beauty moguls about the story behind their global success. In conversation with Glamour's editor-in-chief Samantha Barry, this is the CEO and co-founder of Huda Beauty, Huda and Mona.
Huda and Mona, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. There's a lot we want to talk about, but let's talk about what's happening in the world today. So a lot of brands, let's start with that. A lot of brands and businesses are having, and companies are having to meet the moment, whether that moment is COVID and social distancing, whether that is their stance and their take on what is happening with protests against systemic racism in the US. Your business has done a lot in recent weeks. You've foregone salaries, you've made significant donations to the NAACP and the Doctors Without Borders, and you've been helping lift up beauty entrepreneurs. Hoda, let's start with you. What have you learned about yourself as a leader, and how did you come to making those decisions?
Yeah, times like this have been really tough. I think they really kind of have been completely unexpected. There's been so many things that happened. 2020 has definitely been an unprecedented year from the very beginning with coronavirus to Black Lives Matter and the need to really uplift that movement and give light to that movement. There's been a lot of emotions and a lot of, I think, anxiety within the beauty industry right now. And when all this happened, I think the first thing that we kind of wanted to do was to look at our team. Our team is our family. We love them so much. We think about them so much. And so before we even did any action, one of the first things that we wanted to do was really think about their mental health, because that was the first thing I think that I thought that people are going to feel a little anxious about, whether that's job security, whether that's worry about their family, whether that's worry about their salaries. I actually sent a message to my senior leadership team as soon as everything kind of kicked off. We started working from home immediately. I think we were one of the first beauty brands to start working from home, but we were definitely one of the first brands in Dubai. And as soon as we did, I told my entire organization, I sent them a message. I said, I know everyone is stressed, but our senior leaders, I don't want you guys to be worried about your workload. I know you guys are overperformers. I know you guys are overachievers. I'm not worried about you guys performing. I'm worried about your mental health right now. So know that I don't have any extraordinary, expectations on you. I just want you to take care of yourself, take care of your family, and really make sure that you uphold those, the qualities of what it means to be a Huda Beauty team member. And I think that message was really important because we set the tone for what to expect during times like this. And I think I was kind of surprised with myself also as a leader and some of the choices that we made and the sacrifices, the lengths that we were willing to go to protect our team. We were going to do whatever we have to do. Yes, we forwent salaries, but we wanted to do whatever we needed to do to make sure that our team felt good, it felt comfortable, with everything going on right now, because they're tough. They're tough.
So I think mental health and talking to people about that in these times are super important. Mona, you've also made, as a company, a lot of financial decisions, whether it's the foregoing salary, whether it's donating $500,000 to the NAACP, whether it's, significant donations to Doctors Without Borders. How do you make that decision as a leader? How do you sit down and be like, this is what we can do? I'm not going to take wages for the rest of the year. Talk me through that process.
I mean, to be very honest with you, we didn't even think about it. As soon as our CFO came to us with plans and he said, what can we do to save budgets? We were like, absolutely, we'll forego our salaries before we ever decide on even thinking about reducing our headcount and letting our team go, because our team is a part of our family. And, we really do believe they are our most valuable asset. Without them, like, what do we have? Your team, honestly, is everything. So they're very important to us. So from that perspective, in terms of our employees, that was never even a question. I mean, I think Huda came to us, she's like, how do you guys feel about this? We're like, nobody even blinked. We're all like, absolutely, we're going to do this. So that was great. And then also with supporting Doctors Without Borders, like during the COVID crisis and, all the freelance makeup artists, that was, again, like something that we just felt like we had a responsibility to do, to give back when people needed it. The truth is, yes, we have had sales decline like everybody else, but thankfully we've managed our cash flows well. We have a pretty solid balance sheet, so we're able to give back. So we have to. People need us right now. If you can give back right now, you have to give back. I think everybody should. Anybody who is able to has to. So it was definitely something that we just didn't even question. And then now with everything going on with, Black Lives Matter, again, it's something that we just really believe needs to be supported. It's so heartbreaking when we see everything in the States with everything going on. It's just, I don't think we could not be taking action right now. What would we be? I wouldn't feel good about myself if we didn't make an impact now. Like
we can't not give back right now. It's just so crucial. It's a part of our DNA and it's a part of our brand values, and it's everything we're still working for. It's to give back and to create impact.
You guys are now working with early stage investment fund called Hood Up Beauty Angels, which is a $10 million fund. What are you passing on? What do you wish you knew before you went into the process of building a business? And talk to me about some of the early stage investments that you are seeing and supporting with Hood Up Beauty Angels.
Yeah, Hood Beauty Angels is a passion project, to be honest. It's one where we are focusing specifically on women, and we are hoping to really kind of, to pave the way for the next generation of female founders. And it's one where I really am pouring a lot of my heart and soul into it. We're not making a lot of investments there. We are in the trenches with all the founders that we're investing in. We have already made an investment, and we are in the trenches with this particular individual. And there is some days where it is, we're really tough. And there's some days where we're all singing Kumbaya, we're hoping, and we're wishful for the future. But there's days where I'm really like trying to really kind of jam everything that I've learned in 10 years in sometimes 15 minutes, and sometimes an hour, and sometimes 2 hours. And sometimes those lessons can be harsh too, because we did not have investors in the very beginning. I think sometimes it being so tough was perhaps good for us. We didn't necessarily have connections. We were in the Middle East. Making it big as a beauty brand in the States was not really promising. Sephora US first told us no, they didn't want to stock us for a good year. And
one of the biggest mistakes you're seeing other people that are coming in the beauty space, or any space really, especially for the female startup founders of businesses that will be listening to this, what do you think some of the biggest mistakes you're seeing people are making at the early stages that are challenges for them?
I think a lot of times people are not trusting themselves. And I think that there's, a combination of things, whether it's not trusting yourself and thinking that everybody around you has the answer. I always say something in our company. I'm always like, genius, what I think genius is something where you have an idea and it just sounds a little crazy, doesn't sound normal. And, you go, I always call it your genius zone. And you go in there and you're like, ooh, that was a little weird. I'm like, go there, live there, let it marinate. That's your genius zone. All the craziest ideas, all the weird ideas are actually your ideas of genius. You just maybe don't know how to articulate it. You don't know how to make it into a product. But the crazy ideas are sometimes the right ones. I think a lot of people don't trust themselves enough.
How are you imparting on some of these, early stage investment beauty brands, beauty artists, like, this is how you ask for more? Is that a conversation you're having?
Sometimes, to be honest, we're very protective. Right now, the investment that we have been making, we've been very protective, and we're like, I'm not joking, we're in the trenches with them. So, sometimes we do have to teach them how to negotiate, but a little bit also on how to. It's not always about negotiating. It's like, how do you sell something? How do you make something super sexy? How do you make people want things? And then retailers, whoever it was, they'll come rolling, they'll come like crying to you. So. And sometimes those things work. Sometimes you have to be patient. But, ultimately you just have to be persistent, and I think that's one thing that we always tell them.
What are you guys seeing? You have this global beauty brand. What are women spending money on in the beauty space at the moment?
I think you're definitely right. I feel like mascara is something, because a lot of people aren't able to do their lash extensions. So they're like, crap, we really need to get back into finding the best mascara. So we've definitely seen, our mascara has, thank God has had a lot of success, and it's picking up really strong. Lipstick, again, I think when people are still having their FaceTime calls, like even if you don't want to do full glam, you're going to put on lipstick and mascara. So it's definitely something great. And then in fragrance, home fragrance is actually exploding. So candles, diffusers, things that really help set the mood at home. I mean, I'm obsessed with fragrance, but I've been lighting candles every day and playing like nice jazz music in the background, just so I feel like I'm in a cafe, to just change the vibe. And I feel like that's definitely something that's really picking up in the industry.
Mona, stay with you for a minute. We're also, businesses, editors, leaders across every industry have had to change dramatically in the last 12 months. They also at the same time are trying to make medium and long-term plans. What does the rest of 2020 and going into 2021 look like for you guys?
We are thankfully still at a place where we're super agile. So we do make plans, but at the same time, we do pivot if we need to. And we've created projections for from now to the end of the year, and we keep evaluating it almost on a daily basis. So we know that if we need to reduce quantities and forecasts, because from a supply chain perspective, this has probably been one of the most crazy moments for us, because it's like, as Heda had mentioned before, if we're going to be launching a product and now we're not launching a product, what do we do if we've ordered some of the components, or what if there's some of the materials that will expire? So from a supply chain perspective, it's pretty crazy, but we just keep touching base with the teams on a daily basis, and we just have to keep staying agile. I think being able to adapt to change is one of the most important factors for anyone right now. So just remain as fluid as you can, and we have to problem solve together. So we have plans, but we just know that they're going to keep adjusting every single week.
Hoda, one of the things you guys have worked on is virtual consultations. So we're seeing new types of business grow up in this digital Zoom economy that we're living in at the moment. Talk us through what you've done with the virtual consultation, how it's worked, how it's helped the brand.
To be honest, it's still pretty new. It's one of the things that we wanted to do with our field team in the US. So we said, let's adapt them. They're not able to go out into the field. Let's have them do virtual makeovers. And they're still quite new. And I don't know if they've necessarily picked up the way we would have liked it to. But it's still an opportunity. And I think one of the most important things is that we're going to realize is after we've kind of, we've set this tone of trying virtual makeovers, and even, any of the adaptations we've had, we're probably going to be implementing a lot of these even after everything kind of sets in. So, it's still pretty new. It's not necessarily, I think, successful. I wouldn't say it's successful yet, but it's an opportunity. It's something we want to explore, and we're trying to explore. And I think it's something that will continue even afterwards.
We're also just saying beauty is a very intimate industry, right? It's a lot of touching, it's face, it's, when I think about the beauty industry in particular, especially when we're talking about social distancing, it's hard, right? So for artists out there, for, samples, for all of that, how do you think the business of beauty is going to change because of what is a, once in a lifetime global pandemic?
Mm-hmm. I think there's definitely an assumption that people will be more careful, and they'll be, I think, more delicate with the way they are going into stores, and the way you're using testers. But the unfortunate reality is that people do forget quite quickly, and especially when it's second nature to kind of go back to where their lifestyles are. We're already seeing a huge uptick within stores almost immediately once the store just opened in Europe. As soon as our doors were open in I think around the 1,100 Sephora doors that were open in Europe, sales, they didn't go up where they were, but the sales really went there. And I'm assuming people will be careful in the beginning, but unfortunately, I don't think it will last for very long. And that's the unfortunate truth.
I've talked to a lot of women in business in recent weeks, and those that didn't have a strong e-commerce footing have really had to up their games. Your company works in both bricks and mortar and commerce. What does that future look like for you? Where's the emphasis? Where's the efforts going into in terms of, do we see a longer term change into where and how people are spending money?
I am definitely, I think, one of the most adamant people in our company on e-commerce. I think previously, when most businesses were like, we need to launch a site and go D2C, I was on the idea of, no, we need to be in retailers so they can grow our business. And so we kind of did things in many ways backwards than most companies did. But in some way, I actually think it kind of helped our business at the time, because we were able to touch so many people that, we weren't necessarily able to. A lot of people who were shopping for us in Sephora actually didn't know who we were. Now we are trying to focus on our D2C, but I think what we're going to do is have a very differentiated approach. So we will have some products exclusive for our direct consumer business, and then we'll still have some, some items that will be, more shoppable in stores. A lot of people will want to touch products. The thing that you see around color cosmetics, and even, loosely within skincare as well, is, the need to go into stores and try products. And I don't think that's going to change.
Mona, we talk about dollars over purpose. What are you seeing in the industry? How important is it for you to have we talked at the start of this chat about supporting certain causes and getting the message of what you represent out there. How important is that for your company?
Honestly, it's everything. In 2017, when we got our investors, we had several offers on the business and we had the opportunity to sell the company. But for us, we knew that our mission was so much bigger than, making money and retiring. So we're not in this for the money. We're in this 100% for purpose. We want to make a good impact in the industry and also in humanity. So we have a lot of purpose in our company, in ourselves, and we just really want to touch as many people as we can in the most positive way. So whether it's through, inspiring them to take better care of themselves or to give back to others, this is what we're here for, 100%.
Are you seeing that consumers are much more conscious of where they're putting their dollars in terms of what brands are spending it with, what it says about them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we saw the trend even before 2020 happened, and everything that happened in 2020. But, we definitely feel like even as a consumer, I care about where I spend my money. I want to make sure that, the money that I spend in any company, they're treating their employees right. They're conscious about their sustainability, about the environment. So, as a person, I think as a family, we're very conscious. Our entire team is super conscious. So, yeah, it's definitely very, very important.
And Huda, final question to you. What does the future look like of Huda Beauty? What's the goal? What's the ambition for 2021 and beyond?
We're going to continue. I think 2020 has been a very telling year. It's been a year of necessary growth for us as individuals, for us as company owners, as leaders. And I think that what we're really going to see is hopefully expansion on that. I think that the beauty industry will never be the same. I think it's easy to say that because of what's happened in 2020. Influencers as well really need to change their strategy. We just need to care more. Seeing so many things happen within the world and just continuing to post content, to continuing to launch products as if nothing is going on just is really careless. So I think we're going to see a more considerate beauty industry, and we're going to hopefully be a part of that, and we're going to be a part of leading that. And we've always said our mission is to give people the products they deserve, to make a very inclusive environment, people feel powerful, and and hopefully to be a more considerable beauty brand.
Is there any big market, your global brand, any big markets that you really want to crack in the coming 3 years?
Well, we are launching in Southeast Asia and in South Korea, so we're very excited about that. So we're hoping to make wave there. It's a very different market, so we're hoping. We've also launched in Tmall. We're not able to launch in China, of course, because they're still testing on animals, but we're trying to make wave there without without compromising our values. But we'll see what happens. It's a completely different world. It's a completely different universe.
But Mona, thank you so much for joining us. It's a great conversation. I could talk to you all hours. Conversation commission staying at home.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Don't forget, if you're a journalist tuning in, please visit the media section of the collisionconf.com website, where you can get lots more information.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
It's a data game. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Now from big tech to small, and the little drones that are going to change food delivery forever. Bobby Healy is the CEO and founder of Mana, and his company, Drone Delivery as a Service, aims to be the world's first to bring you food and medicine right out of the sky.
So Mana Drone Delivery is a drone delivery business using custom designed drones, as you see there behind me, carrying products from local retailers, so convenience store, restaurants, pharmacies directly from those locations to consumers in suburban and rural environments. The aircraft flies at 80 meters at 80 kilometers per hour, carrying the cargo inside it. When it arrives, it lowers itself down to about 10 to 15 meters. It hovers there and opens the cargo bay doors and lowers the product to the ground using a biodegradable linen thread winch. So it's spectacular, but extremely practical, and we plan to completely replace road-based delivery for the last mile. The technology problems are many in this type of application, but the biggest one is an application called Sense and Avoid. And that's where we use AI and a lot of sensors, a lot of GPU to detect if there's birds or drones, illegal drones in the sky that we need to avoid in order to mitigate the ground risk. So Sense and Avoid is a huge industry term. We are regulated by aviation regulators around the world. So think of us as a combination of an airline and an aircraft manufacturer in one. And we have to get to exactly the same safety levels as any other airline or aircraft manufacturer. So to solve that problem, we have an NVIDIA Xavier on board, a lot of GPU, and lots of redundant systems to make sure the aircraft is always safe. But the difficult one is if we're flying at 80 kilometers per hour in darkness or in rain, and there's an incoming drone in the same conditions, it's very, very difficult to get it right, to have no false positives and similarly no false negatives. And it's happening 120 times a second. So this is a problem that's going to define whether or not the industry is allowed to commercialize at pace. We've been live in Ireland for some time now. We're delivering to real people from real retail stores for the last month in Ireland. And we plan to go further in Ireland again this year and early next year into the United States. Our aircraft, as you see there on the screen, is extremely capable aircraft. And we've designed that for the last 2 years. The future is going to be a complete replacement of road-based delivery for last mile logistics. So every local retailer to every consumer in suburban and rural areas will be done by drone. That is our belief and that is our mission. In terms of practicalities, that drone weighs 14 kilos, has a ton of GPU, as I said, on board, multiple batteries, multiple flight computers. It's an unusual thing because it's completely redundant and it carries a parachute, of course. The AI problem is probably the most difficult technical one to solve, the technical void, as I said, but we have solved it. And you'll see on the video, welcome that you go to our Twitter there, Mana Aero, have a look, and please do reach out. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
SIM helps engineers create the perfect security and privacy workflows for their teams. Building security controls that match your team's tools and processes should be easy. We provide the building blocks that keep your team compliant without getting in their way.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
The shift in modern retail and the communities taking back the power. These two industry leaders are pushing the retail boundaries in an ever-changing landscape. In conversation with Cale Guthrie-Wiseman from Modern Retail, here's Top Hatter co-founder and CEO Ashwin Kumar and IPSI president Fernando Madeira.
Hey everyone, I'm Cale Wiseman from Modern Retail. Very excited to be joining you all for this Collision from Home's topic panel. We have Ashwin and Fernando here, and we're going to talk about pushing retail's borders. And so why don't we just get right into it. First, why don't both of you just give a quick, 30 seconds, just explanation who you are and your companies, because they both, IPSI and Top Hatter, they're both in the retail landscape, but they both do different things. And so just so we can get a sense for what they both do. So why don't we begin with you, Ashwin?
Hi everybody, my name's Ashwin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Top Hatter. Top Hatter is a discovery shopping app. We launched in 2011. We sell things in an auction format. Our average price point is roughly $10. We sell tens of thousands of items a day. Our app is a little bit like a game. So people don't buy items, they win items. It's a great when people are bored, they fire up Top Hatter and see what's for sale instead of playing Candy Crush. So that's a little bit about us.
Great. Fernando, why don't you take it away?
Of course. My name is Fernando. I'm the president of IPSI. IPSI is the largest beauty subscription in the world. We have more than 3 million active members. And since the company was founded in 2011, we shipped more than 1 billion products. And the way that subscription works is our customers, they choose one of our subscription plans. We call them Glam Bag. Probably you guys know more about Glam Bag than IPSI. And it starts with the Glam Bag $12 program. And in that program, we receive 5 sample size products, all of them personalized for you according to our preferences. Then you have Glam Bag Plus, that's $25 program. Then you get 5 full size products, also personalized. And it's a great program because the retail value can go up to $300 and customers love it. And you have Glam Bag Ultimate, that is for the beauty obsessed. So you pay $50 per month and you get a combination of 12 products every month. The other thing that we are really proud of it is like build a very active and strong community. We have right now more than 25 million members in this community. Active members, past members, people that follow us online, creators around the world. And what we do with this community is just helping each other, helping our members and other members of our community to get inspired and discover more products and have more ideas to inspire people around the world.
Great. Fernando, my first question is for you, and then I'm going to bring it over to Ashwin. But given that consumer behaviors have changed dramatically over the last few months, and you're in the more beauty space, how has that impacted the company, and sort of how are, what are people getting in their bags? What are they wanting? How has that sort of impacted your end?
So we listen to our members at scale, right? So every month we get a lot of different feedback. So for each member, we analyze hundreds of different attributes. And that gives us a good sense of what's going on, what the members love or don't love about brands, about ingredients, and also help us to understand key elements and key trends in the beauty industry. So we can identify earlier in the game what our customers and members want to try. Remember, the goal of our program, it is helping people to discover new products and by trying. So they test the products and they give them feedback every month. That helps us really to understand where the beauty industry is going according to the members.
If people are going out less, does that have an impact on you?
Well, I think that people are like really enjoying more the time for themselves now. They have much more time to try, to test the products that you send. They are giving much more feedback than ever. We see a highly level of engagement during this period of time that you're living right now, everybody's at home. And you see some categories like just jumping, like for example, skincare, right? So you get out less, so probably you're like taking more care of your skin, so you can do more routines and things like that.
All right, Ashwin, what sort of behavior changes are you seeing on Top Hatter?
Well, we're just seeing a lot more demand in general. So there's a lot we have a certain baseline demand, and especially when the shelter-at-home orders kicked in, people are online a lot more, and they're looking for things to do, and they're looking for affordable things to do, and we see people opening up our app much more frequently than they do before. And the fun thing about Top Hatter is that every time you open up the app, there's something different. Everything we do is real time, so your experience this minute is different than your experience an hour from now, and that's really served us well at a time like this when people have a lot more time on their hands.
So can both, and I'll start with you, Ashwin, but then I'll take it elsewhere to Fernando. Both of you are very data-oriented company. You have a lot of different inputs coming in from customers about what they're getting. Can you talk about what your approach to that customer data is? How does that impact the homepage experience for people, and how do you sort of synthesize all that, and how has that evolved the product over time?
Yeah, we think about feedback loops a lot, and part of the starting point for the feedback loop is collecting information in a structured way. For us, we have explored a lot of different ways over the years to use the information in a way to serve the customer. What we found has been most effective for us is suppliers. So we are a two-sided marketplace. Everything that we list and sell is curated and merchandised by our sellers. And so we share information with our sellers so they can make really good decisions about what the buyer wants. And once the seller makes those decisions, once the seller picks what they want to sell, we try and connect it with the best buyer given the information we have.
All right. How has you talked a little bit about your data inputs, Fernando, but talk about how you approach it with when you have so many different users or so many different customers. How are you able to synthesize all that information? How has that evolved the product line over time?
So yeah, as I mentioned, we listen at scale, and the vast majority of our 3 million members, active members, they give us feedback. So the feedback loop that Ashwin just mentioned happened to us as well. So what we do is we listen to our customers, what they want, products that they love, and different attributes. So for example, right now, our customers can do product ratings for all the 5 products or more that they receive every month. In a monthly basis. So that gives us today a catalog. We have a catalog with more than 700 million product ratings and more than 160 million product reviews. All these data points go back to our machine learning, to our platform to help us to personalize even more the experience for our members. So imagine that this data is not only for the digital experience, but in our case, for the physical experience, because every single bag that is sent, it's personalized according to the customer preferences and the signals that they send to us. The signals also, again, help us to source the right products. So we can identify, again, trends earlier in the game, so we can bring new ingredients, new brands, and partner with these brands that are in the market to actually find different white space so they can really use our community to seed some of these products that they have and test new ingredients and get a feedback. Finally, for us, the data that you have also help us to create our in-house brands. So we're starting to produce in-house brands with different ingredients and again different preferences that customers want, and they cannot find in the market because again it's such a particular ingredient or particular feature that they want in the product that they cannot find. And that does allow us to create our own in-house brand as well.
So can you talk? I'm really fascinated with the fact that you provide this data and aggregate to your brands who then fill those white spaces. In some ways, I imagine Ipsy is sort of at the you only have as many products as the brands supply for you, and now you're also sort of playing with private labels. Can you just talk a little bit about how you're able to sort of meet the two, where you have so many different people trying out these products, providing this kind of data, but you only have a certain amount of products at your fingertips? How when you're talking with brands, how open are they to your data saying, oh, we'll create this new product for them? Sort of what's the interplay with that?
So every year we work with 300 different brands. Normally this is the number of brands that you have in our catalog per year. 1/3 of them are new brands, right? So in this scale from more established brands to new brands, all of them, let's say, are open to get the feedback that we can provide for them coming from the members, and then helping them to develop different products. We actually created one program that we call Ipsy Empowered that allow us to work together with some of the brands and identify white space and co-develop with them some specific line of products for our members. Last year, we have 32 brands that worked with us in this Empowered brand, and you create a whole set of a sometimes collection or a particular product, again, just to meet this kind of a new demand that it's happening in the market and nobody is looking at it because they just don't have the ability to collect the signal. So again, partnering with the brands help us to create a unique assortment to help our customers to discover more products. And when you cannot find a partner in our brands to do this, then you go to the in-house brands and then you create these particular brands and products to serve our customers.
Interesting. Ashwin, given that yours is on a much more one-to-one basis and these sellers, they're not brands, they're sellers, can you talk a little bit about sort of how when you're creating that feedback loop, how you approach that? And you don't really have control over what they're selling, but you can inform them and tell them what does best. How does that fit into the overall calculus?
Yeah, sellers have their own feedback loop too, and we try to supply them with the data for them to make the best decisions. We want to make it easy for them to experiment on the platform. So the cost of experimentation should be low. But when they find something that works, and when I say something that works, when they find something that buyers really love, that buyers are competing and bidding on, and then that they receive and buyers leave fantastic feedback for, we want sellers to be able to invest in that inventory and scale it up in an affordable way for our sellers too. So we think about the sellers' economics in that regard and giving them the data that they need to make the best decisions. Now, we can't, there are certainly things that we would love to see, but if the seller isn't there to list it, we can't get it. We can't get it on the platform. And in those cases, we've also tried to do our own seeding of the platform to see if we can generate some signal to go convince our sellers to go sell it. But over the course of the last decade, we've actually found that the marketplace is a powerful force. And the more sellers that we have participating and the better the data that we provide to them, it's the most sustainable and robust approach we've taken.
Absolutely. So I know that IPSI uses machine learning because there's just so many different inputs. Have you guys used that kind of technology to try to aggregate the data? Has it been useful? Has it not been useful? How much of it is human curated?
Yeah, so we have been through a lot of fits and spurts with machine learning. We've invested in machine learning. We have a ton of data. We have massive data sets that we've leveraged to take that information and share it back with sellers. Ultimately, though, we found that when we measure our decisions that are being made from our sophisticated machine learning algorithms, we measure that against our sellers' decisions, we actually find that the sellers are making similarly good decisions without the complexity of machine learning. So all in all, it's kind of been better for us. Though I think there's a lot of draw. There are other aspects and a lot of draw to going the machine learning approach that we continue to consider.
Fernando, I know that you guys use machine learning, and it makes sense given just sort of the scale of your brand or your business. But sort of how do you approach that? How much human interaction is involved with it? How do you go in? What is sort of the interplay when you're looking to launch new programs or add new products to the mix?
Yeah, again, the algos are a key part of our personalization process, right? And again, the scale of the data, the only way to do that is using machine learning. When they have, almost a little bit of 1/3 of our employees are engineers and product managers, machine learning specialists, and data scientists. But again, when you have the data, we also use humans in the loop, right? So the humans who are doing it so we start with the highly skilled merchants that you have, so they can really feel, touch the products and vet the products, right? Because at the end of the day, the data is as good as when you look at the product and feel the product that you're going to send to our customers. So our merchants do that based on the signals and the data that you get from the machine learning platform. We also continue to use our community to help us to decide what are the best products for them as well. So it's not only the product ratings and also the reviews, but also we have a community. Inside of our community, have 8,000 creators that are people that are passionate and very talented in using makeup and skincare. So they also give their input in terms of what the products or the ingredients, again, that they are super excited about it. And finally, the final part of the human touch that we say, it is the member, right? So we do everything that is possible to create a very delightful experience for them in the glam bag. So imagine now that you have the 5 products in front of you. Every month, we allow our customers to go and select and choose one out of the 5 products. So personalization and customization go hand to hand. So, and again, the final touch, it is the member choosing the product that they want to have in their selection. And also they can add more products to their glam bag. So imagine that now this month, I want to have a little bit more of skincare or a little bit more of a color. I can do that through the add-ons program that you have. So finally, what I'm trying to say is algorithms, people, and a combination of personalization and customization that makes the experiences special for our members.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have. I want to thank both of you, Ashwin, Fernando. Thanks so much for joining me. This was a really fascinating conversation. And I hope you all have a great day. Thanks again.
Thanks, Kale. Thanks, Fernando.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
You're watching Channel 2 at Collision from Home, and we have lots more amazing speakers coming up this afternoon for you. We're going to hear from the CEO of the Financial Times, John Riding, Samsung's Chief Innovation Officer, David Yun, and media mogul turned wellness founder, Ariana Huffington. So stay tuned for more. And remember to get involved beyond the talks and network with your peers. That's what Collision from Home was built for.
Our One's AI platform enables businesses to generate video content featuring real people at unprecedented speed and scale. This means businesses can now engage their customers in a more personal and human way across the digital landscape, resulting in some impressive, proven business performance. Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
It's a data game. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Shaquille O'Neal is one of the greatest ever in NBA history, with 4 championship rings, 15 All-Star appearances, and an Olympic gold medal. But growing up, he watched his parents fight for every penny they had. Now Shaq is hoping to change the game for people like his parents, with a new platform designed to support gig workers. We caught up with Shaq a few weeks ago to hear more about their plans. Here's Jameel Hill of The Atlantic, the CEO and co-founder of Steady, Adam Roseman, and the legendary Shaquille O'Neal.
Hello and welcome everybody. Thank you for joining me with I'm sure will be an inspiring and really awesome conversation. I'm very pleased to be joined by company CEO, that company being Steady, Adam Roseman, and of course somebody who really bears no introduction, and that would be Shaquille O'Neal. But before we get into the conversation, I think it's important that we all learn why we're here and, for more importantly, what the purpose behind Steady is. So here's a short video explaining the purpose of the company and also the impact that this company is making in our world today.
First of all, we want to say how much of a blessing it was to receive this money.
$675 towards any type of bills, car notes, rent, food, children, whatever it may assist me and my family during these times of hard struggles.
I didn't know what we were going to do. We haven't eaten days and power's been off for a couple of days. And
I actually lost 3 part-time jobs that I was actually able to obtain, and it just depleted all funds that I had. And for my child that I recently had, who's 7 months now, these funds will really all go to him.
It helped pay off some of my bills that I had. It helped me get gas. It helped me get food for these little heathens.
Now I can make my truck payment. I can keep helping people because I'm a first responder, and it kept that electricity on.
You guys saved our lives, literally.
Obviously, as you both know, this is a really difficult time in America. Given all the unrest and the climate itself, how has the work that both of you guys are doing with Steady sort of influenced your purpose as you look at what's happening across America? And Adam, I'll start with you.
Sure. So the whole focus of Steady from the day we were founded was on supporting the worker and serving as an advocate of the worker. What's really come to light during this period of time that we could have never imagined is how unbelievably unlevel the playing field is on so many different levels. And something I'll just throw out there to start with is that, a program that we've been running since the onset of COVID-19 is to identify those of our 2 million members on the Steady platform who have had income loss due to COVID-19. We do this based on having connectivity into their bank accounts, being able to look at what industries do they work in, what companies do they work for, did they suffer income loss around the time of COVID-19, and were those income streams previously coming from companies that were impacted? We've then taken those individuals, and for a large number of them, we've given away over $2 million in emergency cash grants by notifying the individuals and providing them with cash. What's absolutely shocking, and I'd say unbelievably shocking, is that over 70% of these individuals have stated that they've had to skip meals. Their children have had to skip meals as a result of the income loss they've suffered. What's equally as shocking, if not more so, relevant to everything that's going on around us right now, is that roughly 50% of these individuals are African American, come from African American households. And that in particular has just been mind blowing.
Well, I wanted to, get involved because I have a passion for supporting Americans, working class, especially our people. I was anxious to see. Adam taught me the term gig. I never knew what gig meant because, as you know, Jamel, I never had a real job, never had to fill out a resume, never knew what it was like. But I used to see it all the time. Mom worked one job. My dad was in the military, drove trucks to get extra income. And I think people should be able to, have these things to do so they can get extra incomes. A lot of people already have jobs, but they just want extra incomes. Like I've interviewed over 100 people, and we went to this one family in Georgia, and the lady was taking care of her husband, taking care of her mom. She had a job, but she just wanted that extra money, play for her mom's medical supplies. She wanted to get a new car. She wanted to travel with the family. So anything I could do to to help people get extra income to live the lifestyle that they want to live, I'm all for it.
Jack, even though you had personal experience based off how you grew up and certainly your lived experience just being and living in this country, you knew that these problems existed. But since working with Steady, how have you been able to put these problems in even more deeper perspective? Like, have you been surprised on any level by some of what you've seen and how this is helping people, or for that matter, the extent of help that is needed?
Yes, I have been surprised, and I know from personal, and dealing with family, most people live paycheck to paycheck, and that's how my family was before I was drafted into the NBA. So anytime a person can get a gig to get some extra income, to make sure that their house is in order. To make sure that their bills are paid, it's a good thing. When I went to a tech meeting one time, I heard Jeff Bezos say, invest in things that's going to change people's lives. And when Adam came to me with Steady, this is definitely going to change people's lives. We're going to help people. We're going to make it easier for them to get extra income. And it's definitely needed now. I hate the things that's going on now. I definitely hate seeing 40 million people unemployed. That should never happen in the best country on the planet. But anything that we can do to help people get jobs, help people get income, I'm all for it because this is legendary. This is something that's going to help people, and I'm all about helping. I'm all about making people smile.
Adam, as we're aware of right now, COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted Black and Brown communities. What has your data shown you about the depth of that impact and the kind of trickle-down effect that it's having on these particular communities?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunately very widely now publicized the health impact that COVID-19 has had on African American communities, specifically the very heavily over-indexed number of infections and death toll. I think what's not talked about enough is the economic impact. And the 40 million individuals, as Shaquille mentioned, who have filed for unemployment, and the tens of millions additional who are just simply now underemployed, but not having filed for unemployment. Such a disproportionate percentage of those are minorities, specifically African American, and then we also see a heavy impact on the Latino population relative to the economic disconnect that this has caused. What I'm very fearful of right now is that I really look at July 31 as D-Day, in that right now, as part of the CARES Act, all of those individuals that have been onboarded to unemployment insurance are receiving an extra $600 per week. They generally receive $300 to $400. Right now, they're receiving $900 to $1,000 a week, which is helping their families to get by. As of right now, there is no clarity, and quite frankly, I'm a little bit frightened to the fact that it's looking like that will not be extended, that $600 per week, beyond the July 31st timeline when pushed back to get back to work. But all of us know that those 40 million individuals will not be back in their jobs by July 31. So what is incredibly frightening to me is that first week of August rolls around, those families of 4, those families of 6 who were receiving that $900 a week all of a sudden receive a $300 check. What's going to happen then? What's going to happen to so many of those communities that are already so tremendously hurt by this crisis?
Now, has Steady, this question is for you both, has the work that you've been doing in the community with these families, has it been impacted by COVID-19?
Yeah, I would say that we, like many businesses, needed to focus on what are the major pain points of individuals during this time. Like our whole focus as a business was to help people earn more, but right now it's to help them earn, period, and find a way to simply find work, which is just so difficult, and tackle so many of those other pain points that they're facing. And that's why we launched the emergency cash grant program, because we knew that we weren't simply going to be able to find everyone work, right? The whole goal right now is just to give them a fighting chance to be able to generate income, whether that's from home or in another healthy setting. We also launched a telemedicine program where we're providing for free telemedicine subscriptions during this period to our workers, just knowing that so many of them are frontline workers that are uninsured or underinsured. And for them to come out of pocket and go visit a doctor if they have a question that may be able to be answered over the phone can save them so much. So us, like so many other different businesses, have had to really tackle and think about our businesses in a whole different way, really starting from what are the pains that are occurring right now specific to the COVID-19 crisis, and which of those are we able to positively impact. And I'll tell you, Shaquille's been a tremendous help in supporting us throughout this.
And I don't know if you know, Ms. Hill, but we at Steady, we've given away $2 million in emergency cash grants for those people that we've identified that have had losses due to COVID-19. So even though as a business we're not where we are, but our aim is to still help people make income. Because like I said, looking at the stat that says 40 million people out of work, that saddens me. A lot of things sadden me right now, but that really saddens me.
Adam, what are some other concerning trends that you've noticed about these particular type of workers, both in recent years and because of the impact of COVID-19?
Well, there's so many. I'll focus, on just a few, just given how many challenges there are. I mean, I think first off, we're all aware of wages for low to moderate income individuals not anywhere near keeping pace with cost of living, which has been a big challenge. We have the prospect of automation that's really starting to take hold and starting to eliminate many low-skilled jobs that can be replaced more easily with automation. And then lastly, I think the biggest impact is what we like to think of as the Uberization of enterprise. So this is the advancement of human resources technologies that enable businesses to real-time match labor supply with demand, not just Uber, not just Lyft, not just DoorDash, but companies, large companies, right, that will remain nameless for purposes of this conversation, but whose whole focus is to drive down labor costs. And the way that they're doing that is by effectively reducing the number of hours that workers are working. And they're doing that by being able to forecast their demand real time and bring workers in and send them home. So that's led to just massive underemployment challenges. So, even over the course of the last several years, we have these record unemployment rates, but what's never talked about is just the tremendous underemployment, the number of individuals that, yes, they had a job, but that job did not get by, right? They were having to, rack up large amounts of unsustainable credit. They were having to cut expenses that shouldn't be cut and make sacrifices that no one in this country should have to make.
Shaq, you're somebody who has, throughout, even when you were playing, and certainly after your playing career, you've been involved in numerous, community efforts, numerous charities. For you, what made study different than some of the other things you've been involved in over the years?
Because again, it's about helping people. It's about helping people get extra income, and it's the right thing to do. A lot of times people don't have the certain information, and if I could lead them to that information. See, I know that I know that I have a big platform. People listen to me. People like what I say. So what I do is I draw them in, and then I bring them to people like Adam, and Adam want to explain, to them what's going on. I've had a lot of people tell me thank you because of study. I did this. I got this. I helped my mom do this. I helped my mom do that. So it's definitely the right thing to do. Again, I met Jeff Bezos because when I started investing in companies early, I was doing it all for monetary reasons, and I lost my ass. I lost a lot of money just trying to get rich quick. I heard Jeff Bezos say, if you invest in things that will change people's lives, it's always a win. So when I came across Steady, helping people find jobs, I had to go back to my childhood and be like, you know what? My mom and dad needed something like this because I used to see them struggle and go in the newspapers and, borrow money from people and try to go to the bank and get loans. I was like, this is the right thing to do. And I'm glad that Adam invited me in.
And this next question is for both of you. You just talked a second ago, Adam, about automation and some of the other things that are influencing this particular, workforce. What do you think the future holds, though, for America's hourly and the gig workforce?
I have to admit, I'm frightened. I'm unbelievably frightened. I was frightened before this crisis, and now I'm even more frightened. It's times like these, times of major economic impact, where there are oftentimes near-term large reductions in employee count, where businesses will invest heavily in new technologies in order to prevent them from having to rehire. And so I'm fearful of what's happening from the standpoint of the advancement in things like self-service retail, right? Not just checking yourself out, but the automations that are now going into effect to provide for store shelving, for warehouse work. The automations that are going into place in front of house of restaurants. The number of hourly workers that work across restaurants, restaurant industry, hospitality, retail in this country, that are in those jobs that have a very high prospect of being replaced over the course of the next decade. Numbers over 30 million. And right now, I don't have clarity in terms of replacement of those jobs, because they're not going to be replaced one for one. So for the first time, I've always been, sort of reticent to think about things like UBI. And in particular, due to the fact that once you make those decisions, it's very hard, if not impossible, to go back, right, as a society. Right now, I don't know any other way out. And I think what we've seen with the first iteration of the CARES Act really has been near-term UBI. And I think now we're starting to see that come much more into the mainstream conversation, and I think it's a necessity.
Yeah, but to add to what Adam is saying about UBI, job training, and the recreation of job, all this stuff that we're talking about will take time. But for now, we just have to keep roofs over people's head and food on the table. And that's the task that we face now.
What would you both like to see? What kind of developments would you like to take place that would, for the benefit of these workers that you're trying to help? Like how can those who are in the decision-making capacities, maybe in lawmaking capacities, how can they best support what it is you guys do on the ground?
Well, I think one of the big disconnects, I think, relative to society, and specifically the haves versus have-nots, and the haves lack of understanding of the challenges of the have-nots is the movement of the capital markets, right? And the fact that the Dow is down now, only 12% off of its peak, while we have 40 million people out of work, is just unbelievably astounding. And I think serves to diminish and help to separate the impact of the day-to-day, again, individual who's not facing the type of turmoil that so much of the country is facing right now. So I don't know how to solve for that issue. I think Shaquille brought up a really good point a moment ago, and it comes back also not just to UBI, but also training, right, in education. And this is where we've all talked about, there's just continues to be a massive gap in our society. A lot of what's being talked about right now in terms of the root of a lot of the challenges that we're having. So I think in addition to UBI, I'll absolutely support Shaquille on that one. I think job training, education, providing for government-sponsored job training and education is the only way you're going to get people back into some form of work.
How can people, and I'll address this to you, Shaq, how can people best support Steady?
Well, they could, they could find out what it is. They can go to the website, and they could understand it. They need to understand that we're helping you get hourly wages, get extra income for your family, and we're also have other programs inside the app. I bring people to the app, and it's actually really good put together. What I like about Adam is every time somebody calls me with a problem, I'll call him. He'll create an update, and it gets fixed. There's a lot of people are similar to me. They have ADHD. They don't want to have to do a lot. They just want to be able to go and click and have something magically appear. And Adam has made it very, very easy. Made it dummy proof for people to find what they're looking for. And he also cares. Insurance. Bailout money, helping people, because I've seen a lot of businesses just say, "Oh, we can't do it now, we fold." But Adam, he continues to fight for the people, and I'm glad to be his partner.
Speaking of the people, and we can close on this, I want to ask you both to just share a message, or what message would you like to deliver, both to the people that you've already helped and to the people you've yet to get to. What would you like to tell them in this moment, in this time, as we're all dealing with a lot of things that we're seeing around our country? Adam, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think everyone's got to play a part, right? And it doesn't matter how close or how distant you think you are, you've got to play a part right now. This is a moment in time in our society that I would have not thought would have never come. With what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, helping us to really understand the broad range of what's been transpiring, not just over the course of the last couple of weeks, but for a long, long time. We all need to understand that this is the moment for us to all take that into consideration. I think for me, it's obvious, right? It's every day. When we interact with our members and we see the faces of those that are suffering. They're highly diverse, but again, far too many of them are from families of color. I wake up every morning and I have a 10-year-old son who's African American, who I think about becoming a young Black man in the not so distant future. And what is society gonna provide to him? And he's more fortunate than many, and so I worry less about him. But just looking at him every morning makes me worry so much. So I think this is a moment in time where every single one of us need to look at what's going on and not just talk, but we have to find a way to help contribute in some fashion, however we can.
Hi, my name is Shaquille O'Neal, and I just want you to let you know that I care about you. I'm blessed in many ways, and I want you to be blessed also. The information that I have, the information that I'm gaining, I'm giving it all to you. I want you to be able to go on vacation. I want you to be able to buy your wife something. I want you to be able to go in the store and buy your wife a purse. I want you to have extra income. We are willing to help you. We will help you, and we will stand with you. That's why they call us Steady, because we're not going anywhere.
That's a wonderful note to end on, and I'm sure so many people will be inspired by not just the work you're doing, but the compassion that you're showing to people who often get left behind in our system. So thank you all for watching. This was an incredible conversation, and hopefully you walk away inspired.
Thank you.
As you know, we have a range of opportunities happening in connection with Collision from Home. Our investor meetings between the most promising startups at Collision and Tech's most influential investors are taking place every 15 minutes throughout the day in our virtual meeting rooms. Investor meetings are powered by PitchBook.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Next guest will turn our attention towards the impact that the global pandemic has had on the education of some of the world's most vulnerable children. Henrietta Fore is the executive director of UNICEF, an organization that works in over 190 countries to protect the rights of every child. She'll be joined by Tracy McVeigh of The Guardian.
Nice to meet you, or meet you, and you know, it'd be lovely to just kind of get straight into kind of conversation. These are very strange times we find ourselves in. I suppose I was kind of most struck by your belief that basically we should be now at this point in the pandemic saying, okay, children back to school. And that seemed a very kind of stark, you know, there's so many debates going on in so many different countries about when to open schools, how to open schools. You had a very kind of clear message. I wonder if you could explain to me where that comes from.
Well, thank you, Tracy. Yes, we are in times that are certainly unprecedented. We've got more than 1 billion children out of school, and that is extraordinary for the world. And it's having a big impact on the children. So what we feel is that children and schools are not seen as being the main drivers of the pandemic. And so as a result, we have put out some what we think are very good guidelines with WHO, so that if you are a school district anywhere in the world, you can compare yourself to what you need to have in place to open safely for your classrooms. And so they're simple guidelines like, do you have hand washing facilities and a bar of soap? Do you have a toilet? Could you do distancing 6 feet apart within your classrooms? Could you do shift schooling? Could you stagger when students arrive at school and when they leave and when the classes are? Could you do some classes outdoors? So it allows you to see how your school is situated and how capable it is. But our sense is that there's a lot of evidence that is saying that if children are out of school very long, that it has very detrimental effects. So we want to get children back to school. We want to do it safely, and we want to do it in every country in the world. So the guidelines are good for everyone to use and for families to feel good about their children continuing to learn.
I mean, obviously, the numbers for the number of children globally who are not in school are horrific. They're huge. They're really bad. We've seen a kind of bit of an increase in the numbers getting into primary. We've still got this kind of crisis in not higher education, sorry, middle education, really, the older children, the young teenagers and so on. And it feels like we may lose an awful lot of the children who had been in school during this time. Things like child marriage, we've got children will have gone to work, it may be difficult to get them back again. I mean, how do you judge how far set back we are in as a kind of international community caring about this kind of thing? How set back do you think we actually are with those kids, and is there any way we'll get those children back into education?
Yeah, so you're on a very important point. We are deeply worried about the poorest countries and about the poorest households in those countries, and we're particularly worried about the girls and will they come back. And our estimates are that at least half of those poorest households will not have the ability to send their children back to school, and the children will not return. And the effect is enormous. It means that they will really miss out on their education. They will miss out on friends. We know that the violence at home, both sexual and physical abuse, is on the rise. All of our call centers are really increasing in terms of the numbers and the severity. When we had children out of school during the Ebola crisis in Sierra Leone, the number of girls who became pregnant doubled in that time period. So we know that there are lots of hazards out there, and they are really large. And with 1 billion children out of school now, I mean, it's more than 30 years. I mean, we're into the last 2 centuries ago for when there was a time when there were this few children at school. So we could be sent back as a world, and it means that this generation will have lost something extremely precious. So we must, as a world, get children back to learning, and whether that's by radio, television, on their cell phones, in schools, out of schools, we need to keep them learning.
Do you think, with that in mind, that the real losses that have been incurred in some countries, in retrospect, do you think that actually maybe some countries were given the wrong advice, that actually the impact on certain countries' populations, as you've just detailed, was so enormous that perhaps, you know, that the same advice that was given to countries where the issues were different, where it was more economic impact that perhaps we were looking at, the developed world, sorry, where it may have been an economic impact. Do you think maybe we should have, and WHO and other agencies should maybe have thought about not making a one fits all kind of advice for countries?
Well, Tracy, we're learning. I mean, one makes the best judgment that one has at the time, and parents are concerned, governments are concerned, everyone wants to protect children. So it's all for the right reasons. But every country is different, and every school is different, and every family is different. So what we are seeing now is that we do not think that children in schools are the main drivers of the pandemic. And as a result, they should be part of the first group that one considers as a country in the reopening. So look at the guidelines, see if you can reopen the school in your neighborhood, and if you can, give the children a chance.
Is there anything that has been a positive impact, even a sort of side issue? Is there anything that's been positive about the impact of the pandemic on young people and children?
Well, I think all young people are now feeling their families more closely. And there are positives and there are negatives to that. On the positive side, it is that you realize that you really love to hug your grandmother, and that you really appreciate your parent who comes to help you with your homework or teaches you, that you really love being with a brother or a sister. So you reconnect with your family and you feel a little more grateful for many of them, as we often hear that from children. But then there, with it comes negatives, but you know, and that's when you're online a lot more. There are lots more predators online. There's much more violence at home, but um, children have a need for many life experiences, and many of the best ones are when you're learning. So many children are now learning how to learn by radio or by television, and they're learning on their cell phones, and they are downloading materials, but they're getting digital skills if they have the chance for that with their school. So children are learning things, and they're learning about themselves, and they're learning activities. Oh, we're hearing from lots of young people. They've decided to pick up, you know, a language, or they're going to learn some occupational skills. So that's good, and that desire to have dreams and opportunities is very important for young people.
And that does, it opens up the digital learning that has kind of sprung up during the pandemic, opens up yet another issue because, of course, we have this huge gap between the children, even within one region, within one town, the children who have access to that kind of technology and the children who don't. I mean, we've even discovered that in the UK, we've discovered that in a lot of countries, actually, there is this huge digital gap that will have further disadvantaged children.
Yes. So, Tracy, you're right. I think all of us had thought in developing countries that more of our students were connected than they are. So, whether it's the UK or whether it's Spain or Italy, they are finding there are many pockets where there are children and young people who are not connected. And there are families that are driving somewhere to get their connection for their students. But then we're also finding that many schools and teachers were not ready with their curricula and their lesson plans to go digital. So on both cases, we realized we weren't ready for this. But when you go to the rest of the world, half of our world is not connected. And so we are dreaming about reimagining learning and reimagining education. I mean, wouldn't it be exciting if we could connect every school to the internet in the next 3 or 4 years? It then would mean that every young person could be a learner and they could be doing it digitally. And this would be extremely exciting. They could keep up with their age mates from around the world. It would be a great equalizer and a ladder out of poverty. So we're dreaming, we're reimagining what learning could look like. We have a learning crisis in the world, and this digital connectivity could be one of the areas in which we come out of the COVID time period stronger and better equipped than ever before.
At the moment, we're in a very kind of politically polarized world. There's everyone is struggling for funding. There's a lot of we know what's happened with President Trump and WHO, and it feels like we're moving into a time where funding could well become an enormous issue, Um, and something like that, connecting up, giving connectivity to schools all around the world is big. It's a big dream, and it's very expensive. Is there a way of rethinking perhaps how we approach our interactions with the developing world that are focused back down on localization, focusing back down on helping countries kind of help themselves from within?
Yes. So, as you know, Tracy, there is a big movement to do debt standstills, debt forgiveness, debt pauses. So many countries in the developing world are now thinking about, well, if I were able to have a pause in some of my debt payment requirements, how would I invest that money? And what we are saying is this would be a time when, with a bit of an investment, you could get an enormous return in a couple of years' time if you put it into education and connecting schools. And there are a lot of countries that are really thinking about it. And part of it is that they know that their school systems right now are not made for the modern era. The curriculum isn't modern enough. Children need to have foundational skills, reading and writing and comprehension and mathematics. They need to have life skills like how to talk to someone from another walk of life or be an entrepreneur, critical thinking. They need to have some occupational skills by the time they leave school, by the time they're 18. So you need to have some way of making a living, whether it's being a motorcycle repair person or a carpenter or electrician or a teacher or a nurse or a doctor or an engineer, and you need digital skills. So if you need to get that to all of the children in your country, how can you do it? There's usually a shortage of teachers, there's usually a shortage of curriculums, but you could do this if you can get digital connections. So radio programs, television programs, programs that are on cell phones so that you can teach these skills and basic education. We have a chance, many young people who are sitting in a classroom and they graduate out of primary school and they cannot comprehend a basic paragraph. Well, it's not good enough for our world. So a minister in a government locally looks at that and they say, well, I want better for the children in my country. And so I want to do something like this. And the prices for everything have come down because there are big public-private partnerships that are at work in the world today. There are lots of good technology platforms. There are now lower satellites. And as a result, it's possible now to make some big dreams in which we can really make a step forward. And it would change the world. It would change that half of the world in which the children, right now, they don't have a chance if they can't catch up.
Thank you very much. I think we are very much out of time. Thank you very much.
GrandPal is building a SaaS-enabled marketplace to guide families through tough times when taking care of an older loved one. We support and prepare you with everything you need to know while keeping everyone on the same page so nothing gets missed.
Our next guest is a seasoned media and technology expert who's going to share his secrets for success and his principles for sustained company growth. Impact have raised over $110 million for their SaaS marketing platform, and David Jovano is their CEO.
Let's start with what typically exists before someone discovers a blue ocean. It's typically a red ocean, which is an established market space where industry boundaries are defined and companies are trying to outperform their competition. So how can you find a blue ocean? Well, let's start from the beginning. We've all heard of companies being product-led, but one risk is that you build a great product that customers just aren't interested in. You need to be both product-led and customer-oriented. This means workshopping with customers, understanding how they are using your product and how they want to and could use your product, which means you must iterate your product until it fits the needs and potential of your customers. This is the only way to gain credibility and traction in a red ocean, which gives you the confidence to venture out and explore new waters. Some might ask, why care about moving to a blue ocean when you're performing so well in a red ocean? It's because it's an opportunity to redefine industry boundaries, to enter a space with no competition and create new addressable markets that can be massively more valuable. Take Salesforce, for example. While your company itself can move from red to blue, that's not the only way how. Salesforce started in a blue ocean, but only because its founder, Mark Benioff, clearly understood the dynamics of competing in a red ocean while he was an executive at Oracle. So how can you go from red to blue? Take a step back and listen to customer trends. Talk to your customers, pay attention to early adopters, and develop your own blue ocean vision. Your vision should be both focused and expansive. Find a way to challenge the status quo. For example, if your largest client contract is $500,000 per year, ask yourself, what would it take to get a client to $1 million per year and then $1 million per month? At Impact, we originally focused our technology stack on improving the traditional affiliate partnership type, providing capabilities that just cut out a lot of waste and inefficiency and ultimately drive higher growth. Then we began seeing clients use our software to partner with influencers, software training centers, banks, YouTube, Condé Nast, apartment buildings, even pet shelters. These weren't traditional affiliates. These were partnerships of different types who were referring them customers. We analyzed the innovation happening on our platform, and we expanded our capabilities to support the automation of all different types of partnerships. Once you've built your vision, you need customers to buy in, get excited about it, and be a reference and evangelist for you. Other customers will follow leaders in their space. And it's a huge help to have third-party validation, so invest in credible research that provides an undercurrent into your blue ocean. For us, Forrester predicts that referral-based partnerships, which Impact automates, will make up 80% of the partnership economy. You also need employees to buy in. Top talent is attracted to companies with a bold vision, and this is the talent that you're going to need to be successful on this journey. How can you find a blue ocean? Be product-led and customer-oriented. Iterate your product. Get experience and gain traction in a red ocean first. Step back and listen to trends. Build a focused and expansive vision. Get validation from analysts and buy-in from stakeholders, and swim fast.
at Crexosium, we have developed robotic industrial process automation. So fully automating how control room operators execute procedures, checklists, and rules of thumb in the energy or the oil and gas industry. So like RPA, but for very large, heavy industry.
Gen Z controls an incredible $45 billion of annual spending a year. Our next panel will be discussing where the focus of Generation Z may turn next, and what impact that might have for legacy businesses. In conversation with Yahoo Finance's Andy Serwer, let's hear more from Vinay Solanki, head of Channel 4 Ventures, Nadia Swarovski, executive board member of Swarovski, and Vanessa Colella, Chief Innovation Officer at City Ventures.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel on Gen Z and its impact on legacy businesses. We've got a great panel here today, Nadia, Vanessa, and Vinay. Welcome, you guys. Great to see you.
Great to be here.
Hey.
Nadia, let's start with you. You work for certainly a legacy company. Talk about how Gen Z is impacting what you're doing and your thinking.
You know, I have to say we're so honored to have been around for 125 years at Swarovski, and what really made the company start was a very close consideration to the consumer. It was the turn of the century, it was the Industrial Revolution, electricity started to be implemented in machine manufacturing, and certainly human empowerment was important. My great-great-grandfather wanted every woman to know what it feels like to wear a diamond. So it was really kind of human empowerment that he was embracing. And this is really something that we're trying to do today. This is the pressure that we're feeling, the wonderful pressure that we're feeling from Gen Z. We feel that's a generation that's very considerate towards sustainability. I personally appreciate that. I think companies can be sustainable. It's just a matter of will that they need to implement to make it. And then, of course, financial investment, because right now there are not enough governmental requirements to be sustainable. So I appreciate that angle and that pressure that we're feeling from Gen Z. And we can create beautiful products while being sustainable. There is no compromise. And I certainly believe in human intelligence to be able to do the cater to the customer and create a product that's relevant. And relevance is absolutely important. And I think the Gen Z generation is very loud and vocal about their values. So that's really something that I really appreciate about that generation.
That's great. Vanessa, over to you. I mean, your business, banking, is going through a revolution that's being driven by young people to a degree, certainly by their habits, their spending habits. And then during this time of coronavirus, of course, that's accelerating digital change as well. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Thanks, Andy, and thanks for inviting me. I think it's really important what Gen Z is pushing all of us to do. You know, at the beginning of every year and before the pandemic, you know, we sit down and we think about themes. And this year, one of our themes was what we call purpose goes mainstream. Purpose has always been a part of corporations, but historically it might have been part of like a corporate social responsibility group or something separate from the core of the business. And I think one thing that all generations, but certainly Gen Z, is pushing for in a very positive way is purpose has to be at the core of your business. It has to be something that is embedded in products and services and how you deliver those. And so as we think about purpose goes mainstream, we're constantly thinking about the kinds of tools and services we can provide to people that will help them in their daily lives. And then, as you mentioned, and it's no surprise to anyone, I think that this current time that we're living through will certainly push legacy businesses, whether you think of financial services, healthcare, education, to function in a far more digital manner. And so in many ways, the same trends that we've been watching for quite some time, but accelerated in some cases by years. There are no late adopters of Zoom at this point. We've all moved forward very quickly, and I think that will be true for legacy industries as well.
I want to get back to you and talk to you about how a company like yours is actually interacting and engaging with young people, not only with coronavirus, but with protests. But first, I want to go over to Vinay. These other two companies may be a little bit better known than yours. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing and what that means in terms of interacting with younger people?
Yeah, I can. Let's give you some background. Channel 4 is a state-owned broadcast network which doesn't take a license fee. And our remit has always been to engage young audiences. What's been interesting about the the COVID crisis in a time of mass media fragmentation is that our young viewing is like it's gone back in time. You know, we're 10 years. And I've been thinking quite a lot about why that might be the case. And one of the theories I've had is that a combination of our kind of independence from taking any license fee from the government. So we do have a purpose. And we are purpose driven. And I'm going to come back to Vanessa's comment again. At a time of like crises and isolation and the ability to have fragmentation or mass fragmentation of media, people look to the networks for kind of the water cooler. Well, it's more than the water cooler. It's like the voice of the nation or the temperature of the nation. And I think that in a sense, our purpose has helped us here. We've always set up to be independent and different from the other state-run broadcaster, which is the BBC. We've been independent, I think, and people have looked for a voice, and that's shown through actually. So I think we've succeeded in a way on one of our maybe, or this early side. I don't think it's out of the water yet, because of course media is under pressure to engage youth audiences. We are naturally challenged by the platforms. But there's an interesting kind of insight I have around a thesis I had, which is national broadcast networks can provide the cultural fabric of a nation, not just content for entertainment. And you know, we've shone a light on that little bit of the thesis. I think that thesis exists.
Is that a meatless hat you're wearing?
Sorry, it's one of my investments. This is a plant-based.
No advertising. I was just saying, you know, maybe it speaks
There's
to
no advertising. Oh yeah, sorry.
Maybe it speaks though to some trends in terms of younger people as well, and all types of people, I should say. Hey, Nadia, I want to go back and ask you this question about young people and their mindset, because everyone says this generation is completely different, Gen Z is completely different, and I know that's true to a degree, but how much really is this younger generation different from any younger generation? Aren't younger people always different?
Absolutely. And I have to say, I have 3 Gen Zers underneath my roof.
Ah.
So I have firsthand accounts. But I think really what's so different, and I can only compare them to myself growing up, but they really have had such early on exposure to the internet. You know, I mean, I remember I called my grandfather Google. My grandfather was in the U.S. Navy and then worked for the U.S. government, and he had the answer to every single question that I had. Nowadays, we Google it, you know. Back then, we had a dialogue. So I really think that is how they differ. I think perhaps sometimes that generation, I'm not referring to my children in general, but maybe there's a bit of a sense of not entitlement, but there was just not just information, but also material things at their fingertips. You know, I mean, we had to wait to watch our cartoon for half an hour on Thursday afternoons growing up in Austria. You know, here you want to watch whatever you want to watch at any time. You know, that instant gratification. That I think has made such a huge difference in the current generation. And, you know, the availability of everything at any time.
Right. Yeah, Vinay can give it to you at any point. And also, of course, people can look for, getting back to your business, they can look for pricing of products anywhere online anytime.
Yeah.
Vanessa, I want to go back to you and ask you a little bit about some of the protests that have occurred recently, and ask you about how a big institution like yours engages with that, because it's not so easy. You can't just put a sign up and say, oh, we're with you, but you have to think a lot deeper and engage constituents both inside and outside your institution for authenticity, right?
I mean, I think it's critical to be authentic, to your point, Andy, and I think, you know, I've been personally very proud to be at City during this time. I think we've prioritized our employees, including talking about Gen Z, things like, you know, offering all of our summer interns full-time positions even before the summer started, with an eye towards the economic dislocation that we talked about earlier, which you know, is not is not hitting equally along gender and racial lines, as we're all aware. So I think that you've got to be vocal, you've got to be authentic. It starts with you, but it also starts with us doing things that are different, that are adding value to society in a different way. We are aware of the crushing sort of anxiety that's produced not only by the pandemic, but by the unemployment and economic dislocation. We've been working actually on how to think about helping people gain skills so that they could earn more income for quite some time. And earlier this year released a platform called Worthy. At Hello Worthy, you can go and you can figure out like, what skills do I have? What skills could I acquire, and what jobs might pay me more in the community where I live? And we think that particularly for Gen Z, sort of coming of age at this time, but for so many people around the country and around the world, having access to those kinds of tools and services so that they can make better individual decisions that drive better outcomes is important. So I think authenticity is critical, and then really sort of standing behind that authenticity with the kinds of tools, the kinds of benefits that we as a global institution can provide to folks in all communities.
Great, thank you for that. And Vinay, I want to go to you and ask you about your work and the kind of coverage or programming that you're doing, and or the way you're delivering it in terms of responding and maybe being proactive when it comes to the coronavirus pandemic, and also maybe in terms of protests that would be relevant to your audience.
Sure. Well, we've had to respond. Some of that has been a little unfortunate in the sense we've had to cut some production, and but we launched daytime shows and cooking shows about lockdown and various other things, and we have a slate which is being repurposed in order to kind of like respond to the times on the many themes, as well as like news, which is like cutting edge. We've also saw the need for kind of entertainment, and there's kind of like the two big kind of almost opposite ends of the spectrum. The protests at this current time are not, I don't think are kind of like the same as they are in North America. But of course, it's still, something that's very close to our hearts. And as a kind of news provider and a media organization, we will look to cover that in the most appropriate, meaningful way. So it's an important Gen Z issue, and I guess like part of our purpose is to ensure diversity of kind of opinion, thought.
Maybe I should throw it back to you a little bit just quickly and last thought here in terms of activism. I mean, Nadia was talking about environmentalism, and I think perhaps you could make the case that the greatest icon for this generation is Greta Thunberg.
Yes, but you've got to say that she's did, I think what she's done, and coming back to kind of thread a few of the points you raised on this call, is that I think at this moment in time and post-COVID, I think there's a rebalancing of the priorities of a company between not just shareholders, but employees and society broadly, and as well as the state, because we've seen levels of intervention state across otherwise capitalist organizations. That rebalancing, I think, is a very fundamental rebalancing, and that reaches into where Greta Thunberg has played it. And of course, she will come back. There's even an argument to say that meat consumption is potentially the thing that potentially kicked off the situation that caused a virus to go from wherever it originated from. Some say it's a pangolin, right? But we don't know for sure. But did the consumption of meat help propagate the crisis we're in. And so it could go as far as that. But I do think what we are seeing here is not just, I think this crisis will live in the memory, and Greta Thunberg is kind of like an important person along what I feel is a little bit of an existential crisis around purpose for corporates generally. And I think lots of companies that do well for Gen Z, it's not saying we can't, I don't think we'll change the world, but completely, I do think lots of very successful companies in Gen Z will have got purpose ahead and equated that with employees and society as well as shareholders.
All right, that's great. A lot to chew on there, and a lot of great topics that we brought up, but unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it at that. I want to thank our panelists, Danae, Nessa, and Nadia, so much for joining us, and thank you and have a great day.
Get your chance to ask Nadia your own questions at her live Q&A session, which will be happening shortly.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Now, let's turn our attention to the impact of misinformation during the COVID pandemic. At a time when accurate information is more important than ever before, what can we do to separate the truth from the lies? Discussing this topic with Larry Madowo of the BBC will be Justin Smith from Bloomberg Media, Sally Busby of Associated Press, and Ben Smith of the New York Times.
Sally, Ben, and Justin, thank you so much for speaking to us and kind of sharing your insight about this very strange period we all find ourselves in. And my first question is for all of you: how has coronavirus and this lockdown changed what you primarily do? You produce news, you run media businesses, you write about this industry we all love. I want to start with Sally. How is this changing the way you work at AP?
So obviously, the basic thing we do, which is gather news and write stories and gather video and take photos of things, hasn't changed at all. But we've radically changed the way we work. More protective equipment, in some cases during the pandemic, doing things farther away from people so that people weren't exposed. The protests, though, we've had lots of people out on the streets, and we are basically operating the same way. It's had radical changes in how we do things like video production. We're not working from our offices, and so technology has been a huge help in terms of much more nimble and at-home video production, and just sort of it's kind of been a moonshot technologically for us, and a successful one. So it's been fascinating. Our staff has been resilient and courageous throughout, but it has been challenging.
All right, and Justin, you run a large media organization. How's this different?
Well, it's very different and the same in a funny way. We operate 6 global media platforms, from TV to digital to print to live events and social, and we never would have guessed that we can do this, producing something like 5,000 pieces of content a day, hundreds of pieces of video a day, at 97% work from home. The 3% are just a few people in television who are operating sort of our master control. So that was a real learning experience. Obviously, we've changed the way we work and so on, but the output and the quality and the volume has been, I think, has been very, very at a very high standard. The big change to the business of media, obviously, is the fact that the coronavirus and the subsequent economic pressures are sort of ravaging the media industry, the journalism industry, largely through its impact on what is still the biggest revenue stream for most news organizations, which is advertising, which fell off a cliff at the end of March, fell further in April. And for Q2, I mean, while there may be a few very, very slight green shoots, it's still looking tough. And as you know, the industry's lost 36,000 journalists in just 3 months, according to certain estimates. So it's, I mean, the changes to the industry and to the media business are really profound and really problematic.
And Ben, you have a bird's eye view of things now. You cross over to the dark side from BuzzFeed and the editorial roles, now writing about people like Sally and Justin. What's your view of things?
I guess from my perspective, every sort of all the things that I would have already been writing about have been accelerating, whether that's the decline of advertising, the rise of kind of individual platforms and individual voices, the rise of sort of the subscription businesses, the consolidation around really huge players like the New York Times, like the Washington Post. I mean, I think in a way, coronavirus, for companies that were already media organizations who were already in real financial trouble, made it a lot worse, a lot faster, and then has also, highlighted the importance of news to people.
All right. So let me ask this about specifically misinformation, which is what this panel is about. Is it something that's of concern to you, Sally, when you produce a lot of bits of news and video and you distribute it around the world? Is this something that's unique in its scale and your approach to it?
Well, there has always been misinformation, but there is just no question that we are getting a flood of it all across the globe right now in many ways because of all the, just the rapid change in technology and just all the platforms, social media and everything that is happening. I would say it is an absolute fire hose right now, and I think it is actually a huge challenge to news organizations, and also a huge challenge, honestly, to civil society globally. Our response to that, obviously, is to do factual reporting and to be credible. Part of the reason that we believe in being a nonpartisan, fact-based news organization is because we want to be able to appeal to not just one side or the other, but to have our news report as trusted as possible by the whole spectrum of people. And by that, I don't just mean in the United States. We are a global news organization, and we want to be, not loved at all, but believed by as broad of a group as possible. So the transparency of how we gather information is important. The fact checking is enormously important. Jumping on things quickly, I think, is one of the most important things. I will say that sometimes you can't immediately ascertain in 2 minutes if something is true or false. And so actual real journalism does take, at least some amount of time and effort and budget, to Justin's point. I think the entire world has a huge interest in pushing back against misinformation. And I do think that news organizations, not just mine, but all credible fact-based news organizations and individual news people, to Ben's point, who are credible and fact-based, are enormously important in this fight and should be supported.
I wonder, Ben, now that you don't run a newsroom day to day, are you looking back and seeing instances where there are obvious gaps, places that the media should be doing a better job of informing the people? There's a huge amount of just wild conspiracy theories that are getting a lot of traction on social media. Do you look at it and maybe think there are ways to do it better?
Yeah, I think if only I was there. No, I don't really. I think like my successors at BuzzFeed are doing an amazing job, and one of the things they're doing, and that like I think people at most of the organizations are doing is trying to kind of aggressively drive a stake through the heart of these kind of pieces of misinformation that are floating around. It's challenging though, because the misinformation, people think of it as being spread by kind of like anonymous teenagers on 4chan or something, but also it's the president of the United States. It's, the head of the New York Police Department who put out this whole thing about like mysterious people leaving bricks around Brooklyn for evil intent, which is like, it's on my kid's friend's block on Avenue X. Like it's clearly at a construction site. It is not Antifa headquarters. And so, I mean, politicians have always lied, police have always lied, but I think you have this big new infrastructure for spreading misinformation at a time when people in positions of authority are taking advantage of that, and that is very, very challenging and does sort of push journalists to really be pretty direct and aggressive about calling things lies or untruths, at least.
All right, because that's an interesting distinction though between lies and untruths and where you draw the line. It's been a huge controversy here in the States and at your paper specifically.
Yeah, and I think it's, I mean, it is, there's appropriately like an extremely high bar to calling something a lie because it means that you have insight into kind of the mental state of the speaker. You have to know that they know it's false, and that's a lot. You can get there, right? You can say, well, wow, they actually did read a memo telling them the opposite, so they're lying. And Donald Trump does manage to vault that hurdle from time to time. But yes, that is a tricky thing.
All right, what's the publisher to do in this space, Justin? Where can you build a voice that people believe and make sure it's being seen in the right places, especially when it debunks what is a very convenient theory? People like conspiracy theories when they reinforce their beliefs.
I mean, of course, one can set out to do that. And obviously the brands represented here, AP, New York Times, Bloomberg, I think are fortunately in the category of brands whose purpose and mission are in fact the quality journalism that we're talking about. The problem is that it's an extremely expensive proposition to do that in a significant way at a very high standard and on a global basis. And as Ben mentioned earlier, I mean, I think it's widely stated that the coronavirus crisis is sort of accelerating so many different trends in society that were already existing, but all of a sudden have sort of been shifted into warp speed. And one of the most important trends in our business that the coronavirus has accelerated is the rise of the platforms, which were already dominant prior to coronavirus in terms of their audience engagement, in terms of their commercial domination of the advertising markets, and audience size. And as unfortunately what we're seeing is the significant acceleration of that trend. So coming out of this, whenever we do come out of this, you're going to have far less journalism-based organizations like ours pursuing the mission you described, and you'll have much more powerful platforms who, up until now, frankly, have not really been effective at managing this issue. Some more than others, and obviously it's an ongoing story. But I saw recently I read about this hoax that Bill Gates had started the virus, and it was embedding microchips in order to embed microchips in people's heads. And it started off as sort of like a random thing. Then it was on YouTube, and it had like millions of views on YouTube. Then it was picked up by Roger Stone on a radio show. Then it went into the New York Post as an actual story, and then it ended up on Facebook getting shared. So that the platforms are sort of, at the origination magnifying it, and also at the end magnifying it, and in between everyone else is getting caught up. It's really problematic.
Right. And isn't that the danger, though, that on the other end of this crisis, with 36,000 jobs lost in journalism already, you'll have fewer people covering stories like these, and they want to focus on the protest and all the major stories of the day, not enough on debunking 5G conspiracy theories or what Bill Gates is allegedly doing, which is obviously complete nonsense.
Yes, and of course, as we know, the platforms refuse to acknowledge that they're media companies, and therefore, don't really want to invest in significantly, or at least in a way that would be meaningful in sort of in content moderation and fact checking.
All right. The other challenge here, I've seen at least the director of the BBC World Service is asking platforms, and one of them is WhatsApp. But the World Health Organization is allowed to publish credible information on WhatsApp, which is this closed network, and they want news publishers, Sally, like yourself, to be able to publish into spaces like those. I wonder if you have any other ways of trying to amplify the work that you do and getting it in front of more people.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's one of the things that we obviously are trying to spend more and more time thinking about. So the way we think about this is that the basic mission and commitment to integrity and facts are not changing at all. But obviously, our presentation of our journalism is the thing that we all are the most, I think, focused on right now in terms of not just meeting younger audiences, but also getting our information into the spaces where people are actually consuming information. I will say that Justin is correct that without getting into too much detail, the platforms, want sort of to kind of have it both ways, where there's a lot of information there, but there's not any, you have to fund journalism somehow. There has to be a monetization thing around it. There has to be a way to fund journalism, and there has to be a business model to it for it to thrive. And if all of our content is just stolen by anybody who wants it to be stolen, that's not a very good long-term thing. And why should you care about that? Because that's going to directly affect the quality of information that you get. I constantly go back to the Iraq War. I mean, it was really expensive to cover the Iraq War, and yet the world really needed to know what was happening there independently, because the U.S. military was not giving an independent and accurate assessment of how that war was going. And so the next time we're in something like that, does society really want to have no independent journalism voices saying what is actually factually happening so that policy decisions can be made? But to your point, yes, we actively want to be in the networks where people are consuming information as that changes and morphs over time. But we also do not want our journalism to be stolen. We want to be compensated for our journalism so that we can keep doing it.
And this is a complicated balance, real quick, right, between making sure you're paid for it, but also doing it as a public service.
Yeah, but I mean, I just say one thing. I mean, it's, the sad thing is that it really is a David versus Goliath situation, because the scale of the audiences and the platforms is, not even is so dramatically larger by so many multiples than the audiences of the premium journalism-based brands. I mean, the New York Times celebrates, getting to 6 million subscribers, which is wonderful. But, I mean, 6 million eyeballs for Facebook is, they do that in sort of half a second in a small country. The odds are really stacked against the truth here.
All right, I just have maybe about a minute for closing comments. There's a lot more we could discuss on the subject. Sally, I want to start with you. The future for our business and misinformation and how to get it right, because there's a lot of criticism as well of what more journalists can be doing.
My feeling is that this is an enormous challenge right now. Journalism is more important than ever. There are a lot of challenges to it, but I would say that there are also an enormous amount of committed people who believe in fact-based journalism out there. And if you care about this issue, you can find those people and you can find ways to support them. You're not paralyzed. Nobody's paralyzed in terms of making sure that they're finding credible sources of information and finding ways to support those credible sources of information.
Yeah, I just say I think we're right in the middle of this very dramatic transition in how people get their information, to phones, to social media, and that a lot of this is how disoriented regular people are and how disoriented our audiences are about what to believe. I do think that the audiences are starting to figure it out and get more sophisticated, and that's important, and that will continue to change. I think teenagers are much, much harder to fool than old people, and that's heartening.
All right, and finally, really quickly, Justin.
Well, I'll just pick up where Ben left off. I mean, I think teaching people how to consume media is not a trade that's ever been, I don't think institutionally taught. But you find yourself with, if you have children, sort of teenagers, actually explaining to them how things work. And so there is an education process that somehow needs to be rolled out across the board.
All right, thank you so much, Sally, Justin, Ben. You're watching Collision from Home.
Don't forget, if you're a journalist tuning in, please visit the media section of the collisionconf.com website, where you can get much, much more information.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Our next talk will turn our focus towards political content and the role of the news industry in the forthcoming US presidential election. We'll ask, what do Americans really want from their politicians, polls, and papers? In conversation with journalist Emily Ragabier, here's The Hill's editor-at-large Steve Clemens, Lauren Williams, the editor-in-chief of Vox, and Andy Serwer, the editor-in-chief from Yahoo Finance.
Start off by looking at these protests. How do you think this will reshape the presidential race? Steve, let's start with you.
Well, I think that when Donald Trump came in, he presided over a politics of division,
and he continues to deliver on that. I don't think anything has changed at all, to be honest, other than the fact that what he talked about when he was inaugurated has become very much the vision that he continues to go down. And so people have a stark choice between trying to choose a politics where Americans hang together and come together and solve big problems and try to reach across different ethnic and economic corners. Not to say we've ever done that well, but at least there's been the aspiration of that. But Donald Trump has dropped the aspiration of that and continues to animate a politics of great divisiveness. So yes, that's what the election will be about, but that's what it was about 4 years ago as well.
Andy, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I don't disagree with Steve. I mean, I agree with that. On the other hand, elections are usually determined by, it's an old saw, but by economics or wars. In other words, if you have a bad economy, that's obviously bad for the incumbent. If you've got a war that's going badly, in particular, that's bad for the incumbent. We don't have either of those per se, although I guess you could argue that what's going on in the country sort of constitutes a war. Again, sort of Steve's point. And then also you could argue that what's going on in this country, which is a reckoning with institutional racism, is something else that could be as impactful as a war or a bad economy. And I think that's very much a possibility. The parallels to 1968, I'm old enough to remember that election. I was pretty young, but my parents were really into politics, so I remember it. You can be in a liberal bubble and think like, there's no way Richard Nixon's going to get elected here because everyone thinks it's terrible what's going on. And there's a centrist candidate, Hubert Humphrey. There was violence in the streets. And lo and behold, Richard Nixon won because a lot of white people living in the suburbs were scared. And, so there's some parallels that could happen this time around or not. It's very dangerous to look at something like that and say it's going to repeat itself because it might not. I think there's a lot of white people who are also extremely distraught with Donald Trump's policies as well. So all bets are off. It's a very unusual time, and Donald Trump has certainly divided this country up.
Okay, well, I'm going to get back to Andy's point on the economy, but first, Lauren, I just want to look at the fact that if we look at the diversity of the protesters in the streets, the killing of George Floyd has really enraged all races and ethnicities, including white America. Why do you think this case resonates so much compared to other cases of African Americans killed in the U.S.?
I think there are a lot of, you have to kind of look at this moment in totality. There's so much going on in our country. There's so much pain. There's so much frustration around and fear around the pandemic. And I think that, we had just gone through as a country this sort of shared sacrifice of all of us, staying inside and sacrificing economically for the good and safety of our fellow Americans. So many of us. I mean, some people didn't want to do that, but mostly that was happening. And I do think that George Floyd's death coming, at the end of it's not the end, but it's sort of like end of like kind of like the phase one of how our country was handling this pandemic is, you can't separate that. There's so much frustration and fear, and you attach George Floyd to it, and I think the Black community, which has been furious about these issues and fighting them for decades and decades and decades, I think finally, some of the rest of America is waking up to it. And as for how it affects the election, I mean, it's really far away at this point. I know it doesn't seem that far away, but so many things can happen. But I do think that for a president who's already unpopular, he's handling this, characteristically, poorly. Saying the wrong things, doing the wrong things, highlighting the wrong things, and those images are going to come up throughout the rest of the election. Catcher's getting gassed so he can have his photo up with the Bible. Like that's not going away, you know, and approval for Black Lives Matter has skyrocketed in the past 2 weeks. Um, that might simmer down, but that's also not going away. And so, you know, these are really important, serious points that I think are going to seriously affect Trump.
Absolutely. Andy, if we look at what's happened with the US economy, millions have filed for unemployment. Hundreds of thousands have died since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. What do you think this economy will look like in the fall?
Yeah, I mean, that last part of the question is really important, and it sort of speaks to what Lauren was just talking about. It's actually still pretty far away, and the question is how much of this will carry over in terms of those images, for instance, that she was just talking about, and the economics, which I'll get to in a second, and then how much of that is still present in the first week of November, both in terms of the anger and unrest and divisiveness and the economy, which is in bad shape. Um, it is improving right now. It appears, although even that is a little uncertain right now, because some of the numbers that have come out when it comes to employment were not as bad as anticipated. But if you sort of scratch beneath the surface, there's some difficulty perhaps in gathering those numbers and calculating what's really going on here. And then, of course, it's tied into the fact that, you know, people are unhappy, they're not at work, and I think that also adds to people out in the streets as well. I mean, it's Black Lives Matters, but it's also the fact that people are unhappy with just the general direction of the country, which includes the economy. And inequality is tied into Black Lives Matter and coronavirus. So it's all of a piece. It's pretty clear we're not snapping back, I think, in many ways. And in fact, the coronavirus is getting worse in 20 plus states right now. And so that's not going to help the economy of those states. It's just this huge wild card. I hate to sound equivocal, but it's very, very difficult to predict right now.
Absolutely. Now, Steve, to Andy's point, economic inequalities have been magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Just to look ahead here for a moment, do you think this current crisis gives the next president an opportunity to rebuild the US economy in a way that is more equitable for all?
Well, I do if there's big thinking involved. I mean, I'm, you know, we also have to remember that wherever the stock market is not necessarily a sign of where the economic health of Americans are. You've got upwards of a 44 million on you know, the official count of unemployed. Maybe half of those will come back to work in the relative, you know, next couple of quarters if there's a reasonable recovery. But I think how Andy laid out as this being a wild card is right. So you're just going to have somewhere of 20 million or so people in the best of circumstances who continue to be unemployed, who were actively employed just a few months ago. And so that's before you get to the underlying inequality that was there before this hit. And I think a lot of what we've been seeing about Black Lives Matter and the whole question of who is demeaned in our in this American society was there before. So yes, aggravated, yes, terrible, and yes, the next president of the United States should think in terms, as happened during the Great Depression with the Works Progress Administration. People like former Secretary of Energy Ernie Moniz have out there been, you know, promoting ideas like an energy jobs coalition of looking at how to put millions of Americans to work on sustainable energy platforms and new infrastructure commitments, and thinking about a way to tie the needs of a future country to the employment needs now. But that's going to require will and vision. Neither of those have I seen much of from candidly, even from Joe Biden's campaign promises, but at least that's an opportunity to rewrite the social contract. And very often after you know, a large scale crisis of this sort in American history, we have come back to do those things. But we're in a very different time, and we may not have the kinds of leaders that America had in its past.
All right, I'm going to get back to Joe Biden in just a moment, but Laura, I just want to quickly ask you, do you think this is a tipping point for undecided voters and for those who don't vote to vote this time around? There's been a lot of talk, for example, about how many young people we're seeing out in the streets protesting.
Yeah, it's always tough to tell. As I said, we have months and months to go before the election, and I think that people are very, animated and energized, and feel like they're being heard. Changes are happening in Minneapolis. um, Police department is getting disbanded. Like, actual tangible change is happening as a result of these protests. But I think that a lot of it depends on how much this stays at the front of the conversation. What happens when the general starts in earnest? What the narratives are between Joe Biden and Trump. It's hard to gauge at this point.
Okay, well, if we look at Joe Biden for a moment, the Democratic presidential nominee, he's faced a unique set of circumstances with his campaign. He's had to run his entire campaign virtually online. How much do you think it matters that Joe Biden isn't getting enough face time, if you will, the way the president has in the news media? Steve?
I think that's the wrong way to think about it. I mean, I think Joe Biden honestly has been doing better, in controlling his message, and he has been getting out some. But this notion that we have that campaigns have to happen in an analog way, with a candidate going out and doing the handshake line all around the nation, we've just gone. We used to talk about it. I mean, Andy and I have talked about this before about how the world was becoming more digital. But let's be honest, it wasn't until coronavirus hit. Now you've got everyone engaged with each other, families, companies, social groups online, and the scale at which you can do outreach today online is very different than we've seen before. I don't want to be a kind of Zoom triumphalist in all of this, but Joe Biden is able to do so much more from his basement than he could in a 10-state run today. That doesn't necessarily mean that I know how that is going to deteriorate some of his appeal across the board. But I think we need to change our frame and be open to the fact that these platforms change the edge that a campaign and a candidate can bring. It's very different than the analog way that they used to do politics.
Okay, Andy, if we look at the past 3.5 years, it's been argued that Donald Trump has single-handedly been able to change this media landscape, and with this cause and effect. When he talks, markets move. So how do you think he's been able to do this so effectively?
It's really remarkable. And, who would have thunk it, right? This real estate mogul from New York, maybe successful, maybe not, was able to sort of transform himself into the most important media figure on the planet. And, he honed his skills becoming a reality TV star in The Apprentice and learned how to do that. Then he took over Twitter and learned how to manage that better than anyone and dominate that particular media and use it very, very effectively. He also uses rallies incredibly effectively. He also uses television and has certain networks like Fox wrapped around his finger. So there's that. New networks have been created to promote his vision of America, like One America. So he's really transformed media in a way that almost no one else has. It's really stunning. And I think that the rest of us in media are sort of scrambling to keep up. Like, and at first it was like, hey, he's lying. Oh, but we can't really say it's a lie because he's the president. Well, there's what he said, and then there's something we did the false equivalency thing, and now people are saying he's just lying. But we still haven't grappled with the fact that he, basically, controls Twitter, controls Fox. I mean, I'm only slightly overstating the case, but I think we're just playing catch up with the president.
Okay, well, Lauren, according to a Pew Research Center study, only half of Americans feel their media is fair and accurate. So how would you assess the media's job of covering the president?
I think that you get into mistakes of, what Andy was saying, early on with trying to apply the same old rules to Donald Trump. They don't exist. I mean, he's basically burned them to the ground. And I don't think that we can be, I don't think it is smart for us as the media to be afraid of audiences and readers, you know, not trusting us when we tell the truth. But I think that the thing that we can work on always is, you know, being generous and open and providing as much context as we can, and not, you know, being sensationalistic with the stories that we do. But the truth is the truth. And you know, I don't, there can be a million surveys about it, but this is what we have to do is tell it.
Steve, I know you and I have spoken about responsible journalism previously. Do you think journalists have been able to effectively navigate the challenges that this era of fake news and social media have brought forth?
I do. I mean, I think that most journalists are fact-based, empirical, do their job, and resist the urge for the media to become the subject of the story. Donald Trump loves to tweak us, loves to demean people in the media, loves to label folks as fake news, and there's a whole industry covering that right now, which I find a distraction from covering the President of the United States and the policy choices and political choices they make. So I think it's very important to recognize that most journalists are doing their job in the right way and doing fact-based, objectively distant commentary and journalism, even though the president may want to pick a fight otherwise. But so I don't like the journalism out there that begins to look at how the president is treating the media, because I find it irrelevant to the bigger story. But if you look overwhelmingly, I think journalism continues to do a good job of doing its job.
Okay, we're just coming to a close here shortly, but I just want to ask really quickly about the president's base. As we all know, the president has been very successful of maintaining a very loyal base, but given how tumultuous the past few weeks and few months have become, do you think that this has the potential to weaken any part of his base? Andy?
You know, at first, everyone, well, for a long time, I should say, everyone said that this base cannot be moved, right? That it's the 30 or whatever percent, and he can, as the president himself said, shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. So two things. First of all, that can be the case and Joe Biden can still win, of course. I mean, because there's the other 60 to 70%. And number two, I actually think there is some erosion, and I'm starting to see it. I have some friends who are Republicans living in New Hampshire who said they're done. I'm up in Maine, and I saw a video of some people up here who came out of a very rural part of the state, which has very strong support for Donald Trump, and said that they posted a video that went viral, ripping down racist signs and saying that Black Lives Matter and that they care. And these guys are like total Mainers up there, and it was actually really kind of cool to see. So there may be some erosion, but it may not matter one way or the other. Joe Biden has to get the other part of the country.
Lauren, what does real change look like in the media and in politics beyond the rhetoric of saying the right things?
Well, you know, something really remarkable has been happening in the media in the past couple weeks. I mean, it's actually been happening for years, but I think it's being out in the open in the past few weeks, which is that Black journalists and journalists of color in mainstream newsrooms are stepping up, being very brave, and speaking their minds about sort of traditional concept of objectivity and neutrality in the media, and what that means for them as Black journalists, and how they feel that their voices are being stifled in these big newsrooms. And I think that there's lots of ways to look at change, and I think one of the ways that the media has traditionally underserved our audiences and our readers has been to not allow journalists to bring their full selves to the reporting of the news, and I think that is shown through in what we have put out there. And I think that this is a real change that can happen. I think some people won't like it, But I think that it is going to be meaningful, create a meaningful difference in the quality and the type of stories that people are seeing.
Well, none of us could have foreseen the circumstances that have engulfed American politics, the economy, society. Steve, what do you think Americans are hoping for in the lead up to this election? Normalcy or change?
I don't think that it's necessarily a clear choice between normalcy and change. I think Americans want to see a return to a healthier country. I don't think we can continue as we were. Racism has been baked into the United States from the very beginning, and we may be at an inflection point, a hinge point, where we begin to make amends for some of that and begin to embrace people in a way that we haven't seen before. I don't mean to sound kumbaya or too optimistic here, because it's going to require a fight. I think Lauren's absolutely right. A lot of people will not like it, but it's going to be uncomfortable. There are winners and losers with what's coming ahead. And what is happening right now is the tilt is changing to some of those people who have been disempowered to bring them in, and they're going to have allies. And I think America wants to know that that process is ultimately going to lead to a greater nation, not to a lesser nation. And a divided nation, which they have right now. So that's neither normalcy, nor is it change in the way we've thought about it before. It's a more genuinely inclusive country, and that means economically, that means across races, it means ending the fact that there are zip codes in the greater Baltimore area where people have life expectancies of more than 20 years difference. That's the kind of thing that's coming up right now, and we have to look at.
Well, on that note, Steve, Lauren, Andy, thank you very much for joining us here at Collision from Home.
At the helm of a newspaper with 1.1 million paid subscribers, our next speaker will examine subscriptions, paywalls, and whether all news content should still be free. Speaking to Michelle Manafee from Digital Content Next is John Ridding, the CEO of a newspaper first founded in 1888, the Financial Times.
John, thank you for joining me here at Collision from Home. Really pleased to be speaking with you today. I just want to start off with one of the classic tropes of the internet. We always hear that information wants to be free, but in fact, that's a sort of a truncated quote from Stuart Brand back in the 80s, where he actually said, information wants to be free, information also wants to be expensive, and that tension will not go away. I'd like you to react to that quote.
Well, thanks, Michelle, and thanks everyone for tuning in. It's good and important to be talking to you all right now. These are strange, tough, and ironic phase for news media. Reliable news has never been more important, and has really been so threatened. And I think your question, that theme is very relevant to this reality and threat. This idea that information wants to be free notion. I heard that notion a lot when we launched our paid-for model more than 15 years ago. I didn't agree with it then, and I don't now. The question isn't what information wants. It doesn't actually want anything. Rather, it's what readers and publishers want, which ultimately I believe is reliable, quality information, never more so at a time like this. And the reality is that that isn't free. It can't be. Quality in any field requires investment, and that requires funding. And advertising alone just won't deliver the funds to support a quality newsroom. That was possibly a matter of debate ahead of COVID-19. Now it's a fact. The undermining or the sharp reduction in advertising revenues, I think, has made that clear.
Well, John, I think you alluded to something that a lot of people may not realize. The Financial Times launched a paid model when it was considered heresy, back in the days when people were still all making this claim that, the internet wants to be free, information wants to be free, as if it were sentient. Tell me a little bit about those origins, what it felt like at the time, and how it's kind of evolved over time.
Yeah, it's only true. I did feel like a bit of a heretic early on, and we took a fair few arrows from the information wants to be free crowd, and I bear the scars. Of course, many of them in big tech, search, and social media had vested interests in free information, free quality content to help scale their own platforms. But to your question, to be honest, the paid model that we've championed and pioneered at the FT wasn't initially a sort of highly researched strategic vision. It was really a combination of instinct and necessity, the mother of many innovations. In our case, the necessity came from a struggling business. We were vulnerable to volatile advertising revenues. We were at risk of losses. And of course, if you're the FT preaching business best practice, then a loss isn't really a good look. So we stepped back and said, how do we strengthen our foundations and profitability to ensure sustainability for our journalism and our mission? We decided we weren't going to cut our way to profit, not going to cut costs to get there, shrink the newsroom like many publishers did. That way we felt was a death spiral. And our North Star was and always will be the quality of our journalism. So our instinct was to be confident in the value of our journalism on whatever platform and channel. We reckoned readers would be ready to pay for the same quality journalism online as in print, and their experience would actually be enhanced by new digital tools and services, and that turned out to be true. We saw and have seen every day since strong rise in subscriptions from the get-go. We haven't looked back. 18 years on, we have the highest paying audience in our 134-year history. And with the surge in subscriptions sparked by the COVID-19 crisis, we're achieving new records in subscription pretty much every week.
So when we think about that, one of the things you mentioned there was that people in digital weren't just looking for the information, they were looking for tools, they were looking for experience. When you think about premium, when you think about a paid product, how big a factor is that, and how important is investment in that area?
I think it's crucial. I think that one of the things that we have learned, I mean, initially the paid for model was really about getting more revenues to stabilize the ship. But what we learned from that was the real value was the data and the understanding we got into our readers. Before that, it had been primarily an anonymous relationship. The print experience was fairly removed. With digital, we understood what people wanted. They wanted more tools and services. They wanted more formats. They wanted video. They wanted audio. And of course, we had a lot more data to work with and develop those products and services. So, I'm a big believer in print, even in these really tough times, but I think it's essentially a different experience and a different format. It has qualities that digital doesn't have, but digital has obviously a very rich and deep multimedia experience that I think readers and consumers increasingly want.
So you touched on data, and I do think that particularly as we look at how challenging the news market has been for quite some time, highly heightened of late. Data. What is it? How does the subscription model specifically lend itself to valuable data that is usable to do different things, serve the customer, but also to diversify the business and inform better advertising models?
Yeah, so clearly the first thing to say is you have to treat it with huge respect and care. This is people's data. We are super careful about data privacy and how we manage data. That said, it gives us that deep insight into what readers want, and it has changed every element of our business, from product development to marketing, so to new services that we can provide. So it really is a sort of transformational asset that we have developed. And of course, the more you get to know your readers, the more data you accumulate, the better you become at refining the subscription model, optimizing the marketing. So it becomes like a virtuous circle. The more data you get, the more subscribers you have, the better you get at building a subscription machine. But there's one really important point, I think, to add, that quite often people think about news models, news media models as binary. You're advertising or your subscription. Actually, to the extent you have a sound subscription model and you have all of that data and intelligence and insight into your readers, you have a much better advertising proposition. So for us, it's never been an either or, it's been a both. And our advertising business has benefited hugely from having all of that data and insight into our audience, so we can segment and deliver, frankly, more efficient and more effective marketing campaigns for our advertisers.
When we consider the news business, frankly, over the last decade or more, and how its precarity has really been laid bare by the COVID-19 pandemic, by the drop-off in advertising, it becomes quite a frightening thing to witness. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what are you seeing in terms of subscriptions, willingness to pay for news, and what are your kind of predictions for how this may play out a little bit longer term?
Well, I think that the tough news and the hard news, and it's brutal. And I think for many publishers, it is going to be existential, and it's incredibly difficult. Obviously, some of the key revenue lines for many businesses, advertising, conferences clearly don't. Physical conferences aren't working at the moment. Although, frankly, digital conferences can be effective,
as we see.
Showing, and print circulation clearly hammered. So there's so much emphasis now on digital delivery and on reader revenue models. So I think that publishers like us that have really doubled down in that area are, in a relatively strong position. And certainly we have seen since the outbreak of this crisis a surge in subscriptions, which is obviously partly a result of people needing, in these incredibly difficult times, trusted sources of information. So they're turning to reputable, reliable publishers in very large numbers. So I think that's important and helpful. I think there's obviously a debate, some questions about how sustainable that is. Is that just a fad to do with the eruption of this crisis? Personally, I think it goes deeper than that. I mean, certainly what we're seeing is that the conversion rate of trialists to subscribers is stronger than we expected and is lasting a long time. And that's possibly because this crisis is moving from a health emergency to a business and economic emergency, which is very much in the Financial Times wheelhouse. But I think there's something deeper going on. I think that readers and customers in general are sort of more ready to subscribe to entertainment, to information. We've seen obviously the sort of Netflix phenomenon. But even more fundamentally, I think people are realizing that they shouldn't have been taking quality, reliable news for granted. We've had a series of events, and now we've got this COVID crisis, where I think that consumers and readers really do put a value on reliable, quality, trusted information. And I don't think that's a fad. I don't think that's a blip. Clearly, not everyone who's joined at this time of crisis will stay through their lifetime, but I think there's been a significant shift in the way people regard the value and the importance of quality news and are willing to pay for that.
So really, I mean, this pandemic, this situation, this dire need for trustworthy news has reminded us all that that it's a critical resource, that in arguably as valuable as medicine. That said, we should get to the title of the talk. I mean, is premium content, is the premium model unavoidable, or is it elitist? Are we talking about, is news of a public good? Is news a business?
So I think it is a key question. I think, is it unavoidable, paid for content unavoidable? I think probably yes. Is it elitist? I'd say no. I felt for some time, and all the more so given the dynamics of this crisis, that paid for content is increasingly necessary and unavoidable for delivering reliable quality journalism. As I said before, that advertising alone won't sustain newsrooms with the experience, craft and scale to do the job right. But I don't think paid content needs to be considered in any way elitist. First, some perspective on price. A subscription to a news organization, a news service, is generally less than the daily cost of a cup of coffee from a high street chain. I love my coffee. I can't function without one in the morning, but I'd argue that an informed worldview is at least as valuable.
Well, John Riding, I want to thank you so much for speaking with me today. This is news is incredibly valuable, and your insights are equally so. Thank you for this. And thank you for watching Collision from Home.
Thank you.
Our next panel will discuss whether newsrooms can survive a COVID-caused recession. In conversation with Eleanor Mills from Women in Journalism is Channel 4's news editor Ben DePere and CBC President and CEO Catherine Tate.
Hi, thanks so much for joining us. So Ben, tell us a bit about the logistical challenges in your newsroom.
Well, the story's been overwhelming. It's been the biggest story for demand for the news that the channel has been putting us on for 2 hours instead of an hour. We have done extra programs, we've done extra documentaries. So the volume we've had to do, the demand on individuals has been massive. But then the secondary part of it is the logistical demand, because we've had to have a lot of people working from home. and that caused a lot of communication problems, especially in the first couple of weeks when people who are used to sitting in a newsroom and being close to colleagues and there being continued conversation about what's going on with their story, what's going on with the program, were calling in a lot, emailing everything they thought, sharing their thoughts, which were sometimes wonderful, sometimes pointless, and really wanting and desperately needing the company that you get in a newsroom and the banter, the repartee, the bouncing off each other ideas. And I think what we've managed to do is we've managed to cluster people in teams like there would be in a newsroom. So there'll be 3 people working together on a Zoom conference, all from their houses, and only one of them contacting us rather than everyone sharing everything they were thinking. We had a lot.
That's really interesting. I mean, is there a sense that public service news is more trusted than other kinds?
Oh, absolutely. And I echo Ben's observations on the logistical challenges. Imagine a country the size of Canada managing to move 80% of our 7,500 person workforce to remote locations, and still covering the news and delivering good journalism each and every day. We've seen a tripling in some cases of audiences for our 24-hour news networks, but also really importantly online. Over 20 million Canadians, we're a population of 37 million, have been visiting our online platforms and our podcasts on a regular basis. So this has been phenomenally important, not just for CBC Radio-Canada, but for all public media across the globe.
And of course, you're chairing a global media task force, aren't you, to look at the public sector? Why do you think that those networks have been so powerful during this crisis?
Well, at the end of the day, as you well know, we've been living for the last 5 years a huge disruption in the news ecosystem with the entrance of the digital giants and with this unbelievable phenomenon of fake news. So I believe that in a health crisis like COVID-19, the trustworthiness, the credibility, the journalistic standards of public media, our colleagues in the UK, our colleagues in France, Germany, Australia, all around the world have provided solace and have provided a steady flow of reliable news at a time when citizens, doesn't matter where you live, everybody has had a huge need to know how to respond to this crisis.
And Ben, is there a tension here between the public sector who are producing all this news and the actual money available for that news to be created? I mean, I know that Channel 4, for instance, has had a halving in its advertising revenues during the crisis, and lots of media groups have seen the same thing. Is there a real discrepancy here between the people really doing the work and where the money's going?
Yeah, TV news is expensive because it's regulated and there's a requirement to actually tell the truth. By law, the licenses for public service broadcasters were given to television organisations, which were effectively licenses for commercial television broadcasters to make money, but they had to provide television news that was balanced and television news that was accurate. And we've got a long history in this country of a fantastic television news service, as they have in Canada and other places where it's regulated. And in the last 5 years, we've seen an undermining of professional journalism by the digital platforms. The digital platforms don't pay any more for news than they should do. We put our material on the digital platforms because we want to get to younger people who are not watching TV news at a point in time, although we have seen doubling of the younger demographic during this crisis, which has been very heartening. We are subsidizing the digital platforms. The digital platforms rely on professional news outfits like ours in order to have a benchmark to put other news against. Although they don't do that, actually what they do is they foster fake and they allow it to spread around the world, a bit like a virus. 2 years ago, we did an investigation into Cambridge Analytica along with the New York Times and the Guardian. It garners a lot of the awards, some of which are behind me now. And it ended up with Mark Zuckerberg in front of the Senate trying to answer as to how the digital platforms are going to clean up their act. They haven't cleaned it up. They haven't done anything. We are facing at the moment a crisis in funding public service broadcasters who are the foundation of the best television news in the world, and the best news, I think, in the world, whose business model is going to the wall whilst the digital platforms continue to get massive profits and still not pay for proper journalism. There are other digital news services going to the wall because the digital platforms still have no requirement to pay for proper news, and they still aren't. And I fear for what will happen to public service broadcasters, especially those in this country, the commercial ones who are reliant on the advertising model, which at the moment is significantly down.
And Catherine, is that concerns which are shared by all the public sector broadcasts that you talk to?
Absolutely, and you know, in Canada, for example, digital advertising is largely dominated by Google and Facebook. So we have this added issue of 75% of digital advertising inventory is going and being literally sucked up by Facebook and Google, and the rest of the Canadian domestic media are left with a very, very small amount and simply don't have the scale to be able to make the kind of revenue that the digital giants are. So it's absolutely, it has to change. And countries like Australia and France are taking actions and been quite successful in advancing a requirement for investment by the Facebooks and the Googles of the world in journalism. But really, this needs to be a global effort, because without good journalism, we don't have democracy. And it is the foundation of our countries, this idea that journalists are there to challenge politicians, whoever the political leader of the day may be. And without that kind of challenge and without investigative journalism, which is costly, our entire fabric of our democratic society is really under challenge, under siege.
And is that one of the things that you're trying to sort out as part of this global task force? Is that really meant as a pressure group?
I think, yes, exactly. I think what we're trying to do is, rather than each of us battling this issue alone in our own countries, we felt that by joining forces from Korea to Sweden, to Australia, to the UK, by joining forces, we would speak with a unified voice and hopefully be more persuasive because of a common experience. And in countries like France, for example, where some progress has made on requiring this investment from the digital giants in the domestic, not just news ecosystem, but also creative production sectors. We're hopeful that we will have a greater impact and perhaps cause the needle to move. I mean, we are, as Ben said, it is a crisis, and we are in a very, very precarious situation where local news outlets are closing each and every day, and not only in Canada, but around the globe.
Ben, we've only got about a minute left. Is there anything you'd like to add to that? Where do you see the future on this?
I'm really worried. I had these conversations 4 years ago when my own news service, Channel 4 News, has been incredibly successful on Facebook and YouTube. We're the most watched television news program in Europe, I think, on those two platforms. It's fantastic that young people recognize our presenters, they recognize our stories, which are investigative and challenging. But I've been having these conversations for 4 years on different platforms. Nothing has changed. They do look out for fake news, and they do take it down quicker than they used to, but you can still make money from fake news on all their platforms, and there is still a threat to democracy. And still in this country, the greater threat now is the undermining of the business underpinning of commercial broadcasters who pay for news. You know, good luck in the present situation, if we go to the wall and you rely on Facebook, YouTube, and all those other platforms for the truth, because they don't provide it.
No, thank you. I think this has really demonstrated why the public sector is so important, and hopefully all those issues will be resolved. And at this tech conference, perhaps we'll get some answers. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking part.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Up next, one of the biggest brands in the world, Samsung, who had a revenue of over $200 billion in 2019. But as brand loyalty moves more towards experience rather than mass marketing, how do brands like this not get left behind to their emerging counterparts? To tell us, we have the former CEO of Essence, Michelle Ebanks, the CEO of entertainment education company Encantos, Stephen Wolf Pereira, and the CIO of Samsung, David Young.
Hello, Collision from Home. I'm happy to be here. I had the privilege of speaking to many of you from the stage at Web Summit last November. And in that talk, I unveiled Samsung Next's perspective on the future of the home and how experiences are what consumers want and what truly makes a house into a home. And speaking of home, I hope that you're safe in this new paradigm at home. As we accelerate into this new age of experiences and grapple with this new normal, companies everywhere are trying to figure out how to deliver experiences in this new reality. And while technologically we can deliver these experiences, it raises crucial questions for companies of all sizes who want to build them. Questions such as, do we really understand the future consumers for these experiences? Do we know what they want? What should companies consider doing to be successful? Today, I'd like to address these questions and many more and explore who future consumers are and how companies will need to evolve to meet their needs. I'm joined today by Michelle Ebanks, the former CEO of Essence Communications, the #1 media technology and commerce company dedicated to Black women, and Stephen Wolf Pereira, CEO of Encantos, an award-winning public benefit corporation building direct-to-learner family brands that inspire kids to learn 21st century skills. With that introduction and that context, let's jump right to the conversation. And let's start with a question for both of you. Is the concept of a mass market over? And if so, what has replaced this? Stephen, you want to start us off?
Sure. So again, thanks for having us. Great to be with Michelle, my dear friend. I feel like we are moving from the 20th century, where it was all about mass markets, to the 21st century, which is really about the AI era, and it's about markets of one. How do you truly leverage the power of personalization and understanding that the old way of going to market, where you had women 18 to 49, last time I checked, a woman that's 18 didn't really have much to do with a woman that was 49. You really need to understand the mass fragmentation that has happened, not just in media, but in every single market. And I think when you truly use this as the backdrop, where this is the AI century, and anything that can be automated will be, you're going to see that any action is going to generate data, and all of that data is going to enhance personalization. And there's no reason why you cannot understand your consumers down to a one-to-one level. And by the way, that is going to be what table stakes is going to look like. And so if you aren't personalizing the experience, you're going to be out of business.
I agree completely. And it's also terrific to be here with two friends at Collision. I mean, sure, we can see a proliferation of a company's logos all over outdoor space, but is that maybe necessary, but is it sufficient? Because that marketing, Stephen, I agree with you, is about that personalization, and technology now allows marketers to be much more surgical, to get down to that personalization of one. And I believe to rely on mass marketing now is can be very perceived as lazy and not broad in terms of the diversity of consumers today.
Tell us a little bit about what that's like and how you spent a lot of your time making African American women visible. What kind of experiences did they want, and how do you know what experiences consumers want?
Essence entered the picture in 1970 to one, provide perspective, the perspective of a woman who is a mom, a nurturer, cares about family, spirituality, but is also an earner and top decision maker. And also to provide balance. If you see one idea in the marketplace that beauty is an athletic size 6, flowing hair, and fair skin, Essence provided another story to say, on the continuum of body types and hair texture and skin tones, there is beauty as well. And so the power of media pushing a mass message also separates us further rather than recognizing our differences and seeing beauty and power and success along a wider continuum.
We talk about this concept of mass, and it is a monolith. And even in the short time that we've been talking today, we've talked about people who are rendered invisible. We've talked about technology literally personalizing it to the audience of one. We talked about how diverse this country and the world itself is becoming. Why aren't more companies accelerating their own efforts to reach out to these different audiences, to these different combinations of diversity? And for the people in the audience who have the opportunity or even the responsibility of reaching out to different audiences, what should they be thinking about? What are the sort of the low hanging fruit that they could start executing on in the short term? Suggestions?
I think it's actually both very, very simple, but at the same time, for whatever reason, it's hard for, call it, large companies, the Fortune 500, to really execute that change. At the end of the day, you are talking to a multicultural America, and then go outside of the US, on a global stage, right? So when you think about who is your customer, whether it's millennials, whether it's Gen Z, whether it's whoever is your target customer, that customer, the growth in your industry is going to be driven by diverse consumers. And so if you do not understand how to engage with diverse consumers, it's not like a nice to have. It's not, kind of a corporate social responsibility initiative. This is truly a business imperative. You cannot grow if you cannot connect with these consumers. But on the flip side, I think all of us are just tired of the lines and just kind of the lip service. I think people are just tired of talk in general. I mean, you're obviously seeing it right now in America. There is this intensity where people are tired of talk. But I feel like that's part of the reasons why you see so many direct consumer brands and new companies being able to win, because they're not just using excuses. They're really just starting for clean sheet of paper, and they're going after their audience in the right way, which is usually going after diverse consumers.
Stephen, I think in one of our conversations, you pointed out to me that among millennials in our country, there's already a majority minority.
We know that today the top 20 DMAs, the top 20 markets in the United States are actually already majority multicultural. And so again, this is just math, right? Demographics is destiny. And Michelle and I, we used to work on this with many clients and many brands, and we would always tell this story. But if you're launching a new product, whatever it is, call it widget X, And if you need to launch that, you need obviously New York, you need LA, you need Houston, you need Miami, you need Chicago. These are all cities that are multicultural majorities. And so if you do not understand how to engage those audiences, and if you don't have that consumer represented in your marketing, in your messaging, in the people, kind of behind the camera, in front of the camera, running the business, they're just going to miss things. But it has to be authentic. You cannot win without multicultural consumers. Then I feel like that is going to be the opportunity for your competition.
And there are Fortune 500 companies, when they're launching new products, who will first market those products to minority consumers, right? Because they know that's where the ultimate scale will be in the largest market, and that's where the influence will be as well. Our corporate C-suites are not capable. They don't have the exposure, they don't have the diversity within their teams in order to really have an understanding of what it means to move beyond mass.
Can we talk a little bit about how white America is also changing their mindset and changing the way they see the world too?
It is about who you are as a person, right? Versus the color of your skin, right? What music do you enjoy? What TV shows or films do you enjoy? And this is, these are now the younger communities that also want social change. They are not comfortable with having these set social structures that give economic opportunity and access to a few. And so these groups will demand from corporations to understand how are they helping to build the communities that where their customers live, so that there is a trust and a relationship for corporations. If you're going to be in someone's home, that person will want to know that you are trustworthy and that you are supporting the community in which where they live. Given the need for personalization, the access to technology, the bar for corporations is higher than it's ever been.
The beauty of culture, when you think about music, like you don't think about race, right? Music transcends that. I think athletics transcends that. Food transcends that. Culture is what binds us all together as human beings. And when you think of millennials, Gen Z, and now Gen Alpha, I think Michelle's spot on, because technology and certainly social media has truly equalized everything. So you could follow your favorite fans, you could see how trends go global. I mean, culture transcends race. And I think that is what you look at millennials and Gen Z and definitely Gen Alpha. It's just a fundamentally different approach to diversity. It's not something that they have to do, it just is. And I think that is also part of the generational challenge. There is a responsibility, not for the employees, it's actually for leadership. It's the CEO, it's the C-suite, it's the board, it's the venture community. Because everyone loves to, again, talk the talk, right? But are they truly walking it? And just for the life of me, in 2020, whether you're a B2C company or a B2B company, I do not understand how you can be successful and launch a product or a service if you do not understand that your consumers today are multicultural.
So far, we've talked about diversity having huge ramifications, not just on the experiences that companies bring in a personalized way, that's customized maybe to the audience of one, like we've discussed, and those companies leveraging the knowledge, the firsthand knowledge that hopefully their diverse employees have. But we're also recognizing that consumers of all sorts, of all backgrounds, want the companies that are providing them with products and services to have a particular type of identity, to have a voice, to have a particular kind of compass on issues that may or may not be directly related to the fields that they're in. Is that's something that we're seeing more frequently what do we say to those leaders, those CEOs, those founders who are in the audience? What are we saying to them? What is the expectation of them or the opportunity?
Everyone knows if a company is truly being authentic, they walk the walk, and if they really care about understanding purpose as well as how to connect with authentic consumers. Michelle?
No, absolutely. And, what is the glass door for consumers? Is it a net promoter score? What does your consumer base look like in terms of diversity? Are you on par with the population today? And are you listening to how those consumers, diverse consumers, are thinking and feeling about your product and how you're marketing your product? Household income is not a great proxy for consumer behavior because diverse households will often spend a higher degree of their disposable income because they are younger, they're in a higher consumer goods category, and they also purchase for emotional reasons. So a diverse household that makes $70,000 may spend at a white household that makes $100,000. So for leadership and corporations to really understand the data and to understand where am I spending my marketing dollars? And ask the explicit question, are we modern? Do we have a heart and a soul for the communities that we are living in? And I'll just say one more thing. Stephen, you both know me. I'm so great to be in this conversation. That there is an opportunity to reach diverse consumers. There are solutions in place to reach diverse consumers, and our success will benefit everyone.
I think we also need to have an honest conversation in 2020 about probably just drop the word diversity.
Yes, let's just drop it.
When we talk about the consumers, we need to call them out by name, right? When we say Black Lives Matter, we're talking about Black lives. It's not all lives. We're talking specifically about the Black experience. And so why can't we also do that when it comes to marketing? It's not diverse. It's actually, let's talk about how do you reach Black consumers? How do you reach Latinx consumers, Asian consumers, like white consumers? You have to be very specific about what is going to resonate because there isn't some diversity brush that you're just going to paint your marketing campaign with. It has to truly understand the struggle, the needs, the emotion, the heart, and mind of those consumers. And I feel like that is something that if you have one key takeaway, talking about your consumers as they are and not the platitudes of diversity and inclusion, that would be a positive thing.
Stephen, your point, the need to be, specific is important, in terms of who you're reaching, and the danger of being general is also important. I mean, I have found myself in too many meetings where I hear the term total market or general market or mass market, and for me, it's often a proxy for white. And that can't be comfortable anymore as an implied default position, because in too many of our minds, that's the proxy.
It's early June 2020. There is a lot going on in our country right now, not just the COVID-19 pandemic that Michelle mentioned earlier, but specifically racial tensions, victimization, significant issues that are coming to the forefront because now they're documented, they're caught on video, and the conversation has become a national, if not a global one. If you're a leader in a business, whether you're looking for that growth opportunity that you mentioned, Stephen, by going after diverse audiences, or whether you're a leader who's just recognizing that consumers want companies to have an identity, to have a point of view, what's the conversation that as a leader I should be facilitating in my own company? what's the conversation I should be facilitating in the greater business community as a leader? Do you guys have thoughts on that?
I believe that in a time such as this, it is imperative that our businesses, our business leaders engage. It is not okay to be headquartered in a community and not engage in how those community citizens are being treated. Whether there are Confederate statues in your city, in your headquarters, whether there are patterns of police brutality within your community, business leaders can no longer sit on the sideline and focus solely on business, because a strong community, a just community, benefits everyone. And when it is not just, it will impact business as well, as we're seeing right now. And people pay attention to our CEOs, to our C-suite. They are leaders too. And we cannot have private enterprise inactive if we are to move forward. And this modern consumer marketing will hold businesses accountable.
I love the James Baldwin quote where he says, "I love America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her." And I feel that we are now at a point, David, where there is no neutral. Your silence is saying something. And so we are past the whole idea of, oh, I'm not going to get involved. Consumers expect brands to take a stand. And what we're witnessing is the failure of institutions, right? Whether it's government, whether it's education, and brands are going to take an increasingly leadership role in people's lives.
Well, I want to thank you both for sharing your insights, your wisdom, your expertise so openly and so generously today. And I'll look forward to sharing this information with anyone who's willing to listen. But thanks once again, and I really appreciate you both.
Gracias, David.
Thank you.
And of course, while we have fantastic talks here on Channel 2 for you throughout the day, remember Collision from Home is built for you to network. So why don't you open up our roulette function on the web app and try to meet as many new people as you can. Collision from Home, and you're watching Channel 2. Now let's turn our focus to education and what many perceive as a revolution in the field, thanks to digitalization and the pandemic. Sharing their views with Takara Small of CBC Radio will be the CEO of language app Babbel, Arnie Shepker, President of Toronto's York University, Rhonda Lenton, and President of education technology company Rosetta Stone, Matt Hewitt.
Hi everyone, I'm so grateful you're joining us today. We're going to have a great discussion about whether education is on the cusp of a revolution, which I think is quite pertinent to the days we're in right now. I'm going to start by addressing my first question to Rhonda. Has the pandemic permanently shifted education online, or do you see this as temporary?
Well, I want to say that the short answer is no. It has not permanently shifted all of post-secondary education online, nor would we want that to happen. Our students uniformly tell us about how they value in-person instruction. And I think it's really important to remember that this is an incredibly important formative time in the lives of young people. And it's about not just the curricular, but the co-curricular, the extracurricular. Having said that, will we be going back to simply the way it was before? No. I think that we were already on a path. Back into 2010, York already was well established along this path of moving toward a blended format where students had all the benefits of in-person, some programming like studios, labs, science, arts, nursing, very difficult to have all of those student learning outcomes met by online. But we combine all of that hands-on, shifting to doing more problem-based learning in our classes as well as off campus in work integrated learning and make lectures increasingly available through online. So we'll have a whole range of courses, some fully online, some blended, some still which have a large in-person component. I think that's where we're going in the future.
Matt, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Do you see this shift to online being permanent or temporary?
Yeah, and maybe I'd change the nomenclature to, instead of online, I'd call it digital, because I think digital transformation absolutely is going to happen. I think when folks hear the words online, it connotes that we're all going to be in our homes or in our college dorms or apartments and not interacting physically with a tutor or a teacher. I don't think that's going to happen in full force, but I do think digital transformation is absolutely going to happen across